Well, all right. If that doesn't light your fire, then your wick is wet. Oh boy, we lost a lot of great ball players in 2020. And of course, the late great Hank Aaron. At this time, I'd like to introduce our moderator for this morning, Michelle Freeman. She's president of the Leon Day Foundation. And she's the senior economist for the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics. In addition to her 20-year career researching and analyzing labor market activity, she is passionate about serving in the community and engaged in volunteer organizations in the greater Washington, D.C. area and Baltimore, Maryland. She also serves in a leadership role with the Junior League of Washington and an active member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority and the Junior League of Washington.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our first ever virtual Jerry Malloy Conference. We have a wonderful lineup for you this morning. And as Leslie stated, please, as a courtesy to our presenters, keep your microphones on mute unless you're speaking. And any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. And also, thank you, Larry, for the wonderful introduction. And although I live in Maryland, I always represent my hometown of Kansas City, and so I'm wearing my Monarch shirt today. So we'll get started. Our first batter up this morning is Eric Chalek, and he'll be presenting Leveling the Playing Field, Combining Negro Leagues Research and Sabermetric Analysis to Expand Our View of Negro Leagues Players. Eric has loved baseball, its history, and its statistical record since childhood. He came of baseball age alongside the Don Mattingly Yankees. At age 9, Eric read a title for kids purchased from a school book club about baseball stats and was introduced to OBP, SLG, and OPS, then called production. It was all downhill from there. He ran a fantasy league in high school and played way too much status pro baseball, calculating his own player cards. After college, Eric got hooked on the Negro Leagues as a participant in the Hall of Merit project hosted by Baseball Think Factory. There he began to create major league equivalencies for Negro League stars to support the HOM's elections. Since then, he and his longtime blogging partner, Howard Miller, started their own alternate Hall of Fame blog, the humbly named Hall of Miller and Eric, where he eventually returned to major league equivalencies and brought them into the Seamlands era. For the past 5 years, he has sought continual improvement in his methods to incorporate the latest analytical tools and the latest Negro Leagues data. Eric owes a debt of gratitude to and stands on the broad shoulders of the SABR Negro Leagues Committee and its 40 years work of recovering the qualitative and quantitative history of Black baseball. He works as a marketing director for Heinemann Publishing, supporting the work of one of America's leading voices on high-quality literacy instruction. He lives in York, Maine, with his very, very, very understanding wife and chief words with friends rival, Vicky Kasabian, and their 4 truly silly cats, Bogey, Daisy, Dash, and Henry. Let's give a good welcome to Eric.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to share my screen now. And so, yeah, I'm Eric, and I spent about the last 15 years trying to find out exactly how good these guys were and where they stand relative to the entire baseball universe. And I've been making use of sabermetric principles and Negro Leagues research, and together trying to get the answers that I think I know I want. I think maybe we all want. I hope so. So before I get started, I just want to thank the Jerry Malloy Committee for inviting me to speak. For 50 years of Negro Leagues research from SABR members on whose shoulders I do stand. Also, the 5 gentlemen listed here are sort of my panel that I bounce ideas off of and results, and that's Gary Ashwell, Chris Gardner, Kevin Johnson, Howard Miller, my blogging partner, and Mike Weber. So why am I calling this leveling the playing field? And the reason why is that we can use sabermetric principles and the data that's been collected to level the playing field in 3 ways. 1, we can put all Negro Leaguers on the same plane. Now they played with different schedules, different ballparks, different teams, different quality of play in certain leagues. They played in, international leagues, not the international, but I mean like Cuba, Mexico, and the Negro Leagues, of course. So there's a whole lot of like variables that we can level out so that we can actually look at, was Willie Wells better than John Henry Lloyd? Were they equals? How do they stand relative to one another? And then two, we can compare Negro Leagues players to Major League players, and we can place them on equal footing with them in terms of the schedule, in terms of the quality of play, in terms of all of those things that matter. And then three, we can level the playing field for newbies to the Negro Leagues. And that's a really important point. And I'm going to share a slide that shows why I think that. And this is John Henry Lloyd's entry at the Negro Leagues database. And you can see there's 52 lines, 27 seasons, 18 teams, and 13 leagues. So if I'm new to the Negro Leagues, I'm going to look at that and I'm going to say, huh? Because I don't know what a lot of those leagues are. I'm not familiar with the teams. There's 3 or 4 or 5 stints in any given season. That's a barrier for entry for me if I'm not familiar with the Negro Leagues. So what the process I'm going to describe for you does is strip all that away and say, here's the essence of what this player looked like in a familiar and relatable, relatable context, so that you can start to understand what the essence of this player was like and where they might fit in the baseball universe, the integrated baseball universe. So these stats, what do they mean? We don't really necessarily know without sort of a, master's degree in Negro Leagueology, right? Which luckily all of us in these rooms have, because we've been at this for such a long time. Although I should say I've only been at it for 15 years, and that's not nearly what Larry and Leslie have put in. So they could mean this. They could mean that we're showing a set of a career line of traditional stats for John Henry Lloyd that looks maybe like this. Or it could mean that they look like this, where I'm showing you what the value stats, the modern value stats might look like for someone with that career traditional stat line. Or, of course, for that 52 lines, what that sort of boils down to. And we can use, especially the second thing, the value stats are what they call, context neutral. So we can compare someone from 1920 to 1970 to 1871. And it enables comparisons that are more nuanced and more meaningful. And we can also do this. We can take those traditional stats and we can take those value stats and we can turn them into a set of comparable players. So sometimes the traditional stats get it right. Sometimes the value stats get it right. In this case, I think the value stats get it right. John Henry Lloyd's a great shortstop, and here's a list of great shortstops. And he lists that if I appeared on a list with George Davis, Charlie Gehringer, Alan Trammell, Bill Dolan, Honus Wagner, Ryan Sandberg, Lou Whitaker, Barry Larkin, Eddie Collins, and Frankie Frisch, I'd be like over the moon, because that's a great list of players. And I think that somewhere in there accurately describes John Henry Lloyd. We're running the gamut from the great Honus Wagner to somebody like Lou Whitaker, who is maybe not at the top of everyone's personal list, but when you really look closely at his record, he's a great player. And so we've got everything in between there for a possibility. Okay, so the key here is that analytical innovations plus Negro League data equals new ways to see players. And this is going to be, this actually has the potential to be sort of mind-bending stuff when we take it to the nth degree. When we take the results that I get and we apply them to, we make an application of them to assess the effect of segregation on unsegregated leagues and players, we have the opportunity to, in essence, model an integrated league prior to Jackie Robinson, and that has the ability to change how we perceive great players, Hall of Famers, Negro Leaguers, and also to change how we see contemporary players or post-integration players, because as we adjust older players down because they didn't play against the same quality of competition that an integrated league player played, we then see integrated players start to rise up. So someone like, say, Mike Schmidt might look better to us when we filter out the effects of segregation on all those older players that we thought have always been told, because they're in the Hall of Fame, they have an asterisk after their name at baseballreference.com, they must be great. Maybe they're not as great as we thought. And maybe when we integrate with Negro Leagues players and we account for segregation, maybe players like, say, Barry Larkin are going to rise up in the rankings and rise up in our perceptions. So we can really change our perceptions of what greatness looks like and of who the great players are. Okay, so how do I go about doing this, right? We're going to make some sausage here. We're going to, on one hand, we're going to dump the raw meat of the Negro League stats into the hopper, and somewhere where that question mark is, we're going to do a bunch of stuff, and then we're going to come out with the results you saw. And this is John Henry Lloyd. So what is going to happen with the big question mark there in the box? Okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to adjust for several things that that Sabermetrics has shown over time are really important to understanding the essence of a player. We're going to adjust for their home park. We're going to adjust for something very subtle, variance in performance. And this is variance within the league. So, for example, I'll use Mike Schmidt again. I don't know, Dale Murphy, let's say. In 1986, Dale Murphy hit, I think, 35 or 36 home runs, right? And in 1987, he hit 44 home runs. So which was a better season? Well, in both seasons, he was near the top of the league, but he hit more home runs in one season than the other. What gives? Like, which is better? The answer is, it depends on how far from, how much variance there was in the league. That is to say, his relationship to the league in each season might be different. So we need to adjust for what the nature of the relationship a player has to the league average. Run scoring context, players have a lot better looking stats in the 1920s than they do in the 1910s because the league scored so many more runs. Sample size, that's a really big issue for us with the Negro Leagues because there are seasons where players play 300 plate appearances. There are ones where guys got 5 plate appearances, and we have to be able to adjust for that to help smooth out some of those bumps that we would otherwise see. Quality of play is an important thing, and it's a source of some discussion out there. What is the quality of play relative to the major leagues, relative to another league? What is the quality of play for Cuba versus the Negro Leagues versus the major leagues? I've done some research in those areas, and that research is included in how I adjust players. And then also major league playing time norms. So if a player, if a player in the major leagues batted 4.5 times per game, and a player in the Negro Leagues batted 4.2 times per game, we have to adjust upwards a little bit so that the Negro Leagues players are getting an accurate number of plate appearances. But also, we need to adjust for the trajectory of a player's career. John Henry Lloyd played until he was 48. Would he have done that in the major leagues? And how would his performance have changed in the major leagues versus in the Negro Leagues? It's an open question, and it's one I've tried to answer by sort of averaging what players did at each age of their career, players with long careers. Okay, but that's like details. And you can read those details, the gritty, the nitty-gritty, really gory details at my blog, which is the Hall of Miller and Eric. click on Negro Leagues there, and then click on MLEs for position players, and you'll see exactly how I make the sausage. It's pretty complicated, and if you wanted to do it at home, you'd need to really do a lot of legwork. I think you could probably short circuit. You could short circuit the work and get sort of an okay estimate by cutting a few corners. But for me, I go really deep in there and try to turn over every stone I can to make sure that I'm getting the most, let's say, I don't want to say accurate estimate since it's an estimate, but I would say the most sort of mathematically consistent estimate I can. So what do these things look like when I do that? That's a good question that I've just asked myself. Okay, so here's Oscar Charleston. When I run him through the sausage maker, I get a player who's chalked up about 100 wins above replacement and who's chalked up about 60 wins above average. That's a tremendous amount. That's a very, very significant figure. The only players, who go over that are guys like Willie Mays and Ty Cobb. And so Charleston would rank about 4th in all of history behind Mays, Cobb, and Speaker as a center fielder. And is it possible that I have gotten him exactly correct? Possible, but it's likely that there's some room for interpretation there. There are many knobs I can tweak. It's possible he's a little better than that. But I think this is at the very least a floor for what we can expect for Oscar Charleston. You can see here that I've generated a stat line that shows him hitting, that shows him with 3,257 hits, 725 doubles, 343 homers, an average of 303, an OPS plus of 140. Those are all remarkably good figures. And you can see here that these stats that I've generated are similar to a whole lot of really great ball players. Take a look at Ken Griffey, Carlos Beltran, Joe DiMaggio, Mike Trout, Billy Hamilton, Tony Gwynn, Mickey Mantle, Mel Ott, Paul Wainer, and Frank Robinson. I mean, this is heavy duty. This is a heavy duty player. And of course, that's exactly what we'd expect. We'd expect him to be a great among greats. I have about 25 other players that I've brought with me, if you will, and I'm glad to take requests for anyone who wants to see a particular player. But I've got all the Hall of Famers, everyone in the Hall of Merit, and a whole bunch of other important players. I haven't shown you pitching yet because the hitting's going to take long enough to talk about. So I thought I would just save pitching for another day. And I can't quite see the chat box, which I wish I could.
Someone asked for Judd Wilson.
Yeah, I got Judd Wilson, of course. Boojam. Here is Judd Wilson. Oops. Here's Judd Wilson. So we can see here that we've got him hitting 333 with a 146 OPS plus. That's 84 wins above replacement. And he's similar to a whole bunch of really amazing players. And the traditional stats actually don't do him very much justice. He's a lot better than those comps right there. It's the value stats that show really how great he is. Chipper Jones, George Brett, Ken Griffey, Mike Trout. I mean, these are hardcore hitters. And Wilson was a machine. Now, I've only projected Wilson through age 41. I'm not sure whether he would have played beyond that in the major leagues or not. And, his career starts at age 26, or at least that's where we pick up the data. So actually, he's probably a better player than this. He's probably somebody who's going to get near 3,000 hits if he has a traditional career path through Major League Baseball. So this is the floor for Judd Wilson. And it's a very, very high floor, very high.
We also have Ted Strong Jr.
I don't have Ted with me today. He didn't quite make the cut, unfortunately, but he comes out as about as something like a 35 or 40 win player. So he's a very solid regular and occasional all-star.
Okay. Grant H.R. Johnson.
Yeah, home run Johnson. All right. So here's home run. Sorry, that's heavy. Here is Grant Johnson. So he comes out looking a lot like an Alan Trammell, Bill Dolan, George Davis kind of player, and that is a standard Hall of Fame kind of shortstop. He's oddly enough, we only show him with 59 home runs, given his nickname. But that's what his relationship was in home runs to his leagues, suggests that 59 is about right. It could be 70, it could be 40, but it's an estimate, and it's in the ballpark, given what we know about his power and what we know about the leagues he played in. And those leagues, of course, were dead ball leagues, so they had very few home runs.
Mule Suttles.
Got him. So Mule Suttles. So here's a look at Mule. And when you see 422 home runs, you might think that doesn't feel like a big, powerful righty slugger like Mule Suttles. Remember, when Mule Suttles and Josh Gibson, who also is over 400 home runs in my estimation, when they retired, only two players had ever hit more than 400, actually more than 400 home runs and more than 500 home runs, and that was Babe Ruth and that was Jimmy Fox. Actually, Lou Gehrig hit more than 400 home runs, of course, but only two players that hit 500 home runs. So if you're projecting somebody with 400 home runs prior to World War II, you're showing a major power hitter. And we can see that in comps like Eddie Murray and Ernie Banks and Johnny Mize and Hank Greenberg.
Okay.
Who else?
Josh Gibson.
Of course. Okay, so here's a moment where you and I might disagree, you being everybody and me. I project Josh Gibson as a first baseman. And I do that because I don't think that Josh Gibson would have played more than a couple of years of catcher in the major leagues. If you go through the history of the major leagues and you look at players who caught, no one with Josh Gibson's firepower played catcher for more than a few years. Nobody. Mike Piazza is the closest thing we have to Josh Gibson at catcher, and Gibson was a superior hitter. So I couldn't in good faith tell you that he would have played catcher for more than a couple of years. If you want to think of him as a catcher, then take this estimate down by about 2,000 plate appearances. Actually, that would be 7066, not 90660. I'm sorry about that. That's my bad. But a 162 OPS plus is massive. That's the kind of territory that you just don't see too many hitters in. It's tremendous. And remember, Josh's career was cut off at age 34. So we're only seeing, the first 17 years of what could have been a much longer career. And a guy who compares favorably to modern hitters like Jeff Bagwell and Edgar Martinez, who are just tremendous hitters. I mean, just tremendous players. They walk, they hit for power, they hit for average, they did everything. That's a serious hitter. Also, here's Johnny Mize is an interesting comp for him because they are contemporaries. And one thing I've noticed about the traditional stat lines I've produced is that the batting average seems a little low to me. So I'm not going to die on that hill. The OPS plus is much more likely to be accurate. And I've noticed that hitters in Gibson's era did hit for a higher average, and I haven't yet been able to replicate that with my traditional stat lines. Those are derived from the sausage that I make for the MLE. So I first make the value stats like batting runs above average, and then I turn those into wins above average and wins above replacement, and those then are converted into statistics. And one of the ways that I do that is by using a method that Bill James outlined in his new historical baseball abstract in the Willie Davis comments and Sam Crawford comments. Take a look at that. It's really pretty interesting if you're interested in how that works. And it's fascinating stuff. And by the way, this whole concept of major league equivalencies, MLEs, which is what I call these, comes from James himself. In the 1985 Baseball Abstract, he created MLEs for minor league players. That was a huge breakthrough, right? Because everybody up till then was sort of like, well, what do minor league stats mean? I don't, you know, and it was really more of a scouting perspective than it was a scouting and performance perspective. He showed that performance in the minor leagues was in fact predictive of major league performance. And the process he used, although it's an adaptation here, is really important in the history of statistical analysis and baseball analysis. And so I've adapted it here to because it's a great method for looking at players outside of the normal scope of Major League Baseball and bringing them inside of it. Who else?
We had Monty Irvin.
Yes, Monty. Mr. Murder. Here he is. Okay, so what jumps out first is that Irvin didn't really play a full career. He lost 2.5 or 3 years to the war. So you want to take what you see there and you want to ratchet it up a little bit. Tack on about 3 years worth of play. Even so, he's very similar to guys like Reggie Smith, Minnie Mignoso, Elmer Flick, Paul Hines, Jim Edmonds. Several guys in that list, to me, look like Hall of Famers. So even though they don't have an asterisk after their name, I see that as being a very positive comp list for him. The Hall of Fame and I don't see eye to eye in a lot of things. Anyway, but we do see eye to eye on Monty Irvin, and Irvin was a tremendous player, and I see Irvin as a center fielder. You know, some others might disagree with that because he played left field mostly in the majors, but Irvin had a lot of athleticism and speed, and he started out as a shortstop in the Negro League. So I surmise that he would have played center field in the majors. He didn't stick at shortstop, but he did play some center field, and then things were interrupted by the war, and then he's off to the minors and the majors. So that's my guess at what position he would have played and why he stacks up to those particular players.
Let's see. We had Rap Dixon and Turkey Stearns.
Of course we have Rap Dixon because I know Ted Knorr is in the audience. And so I put him in here because I knew he would ask. And here he is. So Rap's career is really interesting because he had a lot of problems, and Ted could talk to you more about this than I could, but he had a lot of problems with dental issues, which then cascaded into health issues. So his peak years are really wonderful, and then he kind of trails off after that. So he's got about half of a career of greatness, and then half a career of like somebody who's really been dissipated by injury and illness. And we can see that the fact that he's a well above average player and that he's got a 123 career OPS despite all those illnesses, that he at his peak must have been an outstanding player. And Ted and I have talked before about Kai Kyler and showing him as a comp for Dixon, and I think that based on my analysis, that is an accurate comp. And Turkey Stearns.
Turkey Stearns, yeah.
Yeah. Turkey Stearns. Here's Turkey, and again, we're showing a list of absolutely amazing comparable players. And Turkey would have been just a notch below Oscar Charleston in terms of great center fielders who were in the Negro Leagues. He's an absolutely tremendous hitter. He also has a little bit of speed, and he's a good fielder. And those are things that I didn't really know much about Turkey. I knew he hit a lot of home runs, but at the Seam Heads Negro Leagues database, he shows up as a positive contributor in the field, and the relationship of his stolen bases to his leagues suggests that he would have been an above average base runner as well. So he was a really strong, multifaceted player, and a really, really smart selection by the Hall of Fame.
Let's see. We also had a question. What do you do about two-way players like Rogan and Dihigo?
That's a good question. So let me show you a bullet Rogan right now, and I'll show you Dihigo in a moment. So Rogan and Digo get a hitters only and a pitchers only MLE for me. I don't think they would have played two ways in the majors, and I want to be able to isolate what they would have done in either role. So here we see that Bullet Rogan is also with Stearns right below Oscar Charleston. I've projected Bullet as a center fielder based on what data we have at the Seamheads database. Not quite as good a hitter as Turkey Stearns, but had a long career and hit with a fair amount of power. Actually, 233 homers is a lot for that time, and I was surprised to see that. I didn't know he was such a power hitter, and but man, he really had it all. A good base runner, and played a yeoman-like center field, and really had great contact skills, and had a great judgment of the strike zone. And here's Martin Digo, and here he is, right here. Yep, and he actually came out as a little bit better pitcher than he did hitter, which surprised me. I thought he'd be a better hitter, but no, he was a better pitcher actually. And the thing about him is I place him in center field as well because he had the speed. He didn't quite stick at shortstop, and I felt like center field was probably a better match for his skills. I could be totally wrong about that, of course, and it's possible that he would have played elsewhere. But that's where I placed him, and so he comes up. He actually comes up looking more like some left fielders than some center fielders because he hits so much. And center fielders, of course, don't hit as well as left fielders do. But I think it's interesting to see that Ken Griffey Jr. is on his comps list. And that really tells you something about the kind of hitter that Digo was.
Okay, and sadly we're at time, but I did want to get Scott Bush's question. How does your system compare to WAR per 162?
It depends on what you mean by that. So I'm generating my own value, my own WAR value, and I can set that per 162 if I want to. WAR per 162 via the Seamheads database is going to be different because I make adjustments for quality of play and parks and things like that. Or, excuse me, not parks, but quality of play and variance and things like that Seamheads may not. And so you'll probably find that my WAR per 162 will come in below what you're seeing at Seamheads because those are not adjusted for some of the things I adjust for.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was a interesting presentation, especially for someone that works in statistics. And we did not get to everyone's question. So I'm wondering if you're willing to put your email in the chat and then people can follow up with you individually.
Yeah, here's my email right here. It's eric.chalek@gmail.com, or you can Twitter me, and I will put that in the chat once I can find the chat again. I lost it for some reason. I'm also at the Hall of Merit, so if any of you are Hall of Merit voters, you can ping me there, and you can find loads and loads and loads of articles along this line at homemlb.wordpress.com. All right, thank you all so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and I look forward to talking with you by email or however you like. Thanks.
Thank you, and you've definitely set the bar high for our next two presenters this morning. So next up, we have Rich Puerzer, and he will be presenting on Big League Baseball in a Small Town, the Negro Leagues Visit Metuchen, New Jersey. Rich is an associate professor and chairperson of the Department of Engineering at Hofstra University. He has contributed to several SABR books, and his writings on baseball have also appeared in 9, a journal of baseball history and culture, Blackball, the National Pastime, the Cooperstown Symposium on Baseball and American Culture Proceedings, Zisk, and Spitball. So welcome, Rich.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you everyone for joining me this morning. Good morning to everyone. As Michelle said, my name is Rich Puerzer, and I am very glad to be back at the Malloy Conference to present this year. So today what I'm going to be talking about are some baseball games that took place in my town, Metuchen, New Jersey, in the 1930s. These games featured barnstorming teams, mostly Negro League teams, who made their way to Metuchen to entertain and impress the thousands of lucky fans who were able to see them. And so I'm going to discuss these games. I'm going to discuss what they meant to Metuchen back in the 1930s, and from our modern perspective, what I think they mean to us today. The picture on the right there is the Hilldale team who made an appearance in Metuchen that I'll talk about soon. And on the left, I don't know that that is actually one of the Metuchen teams that played, but that's definitely the field at which they played. And I hope and believe that that includes a couple of the players I'm going to be discussing. So when we think about baseball and softball in Metuchen today, we usually think of kids playing the game. We don't think of big leaguers playing the game. Here's a couple pictures of some of my kids who have played over the years, all 4 of my kids, including my daughter, whose softball team I managed this year. And of course, she had a stellar year as well. But back in the 1930s, there was big league baseball played here in Metuchen. So the backstory on my research here is that about 22 years ago, a few months after my family and I moved to Metuchen, I stumbled across a display in town that included this picture here. This is a picture of the 1936 St. Louis Cardinals sitting on the steps of the YMCA in Metuchen. I actually lived about 100 yards away from this building, and the front of this building looks the same as it did back in 1936 or 22 years ago when I saw the picture, or today. And so I recognized it immediately. And of course, seeing this picture and loving baseball and baseball history, I needed to know what was the story behind this picture and the Cardinals coming to town. And so I found a lot about that. It was a pretty famous game, of course. I'll talk about it in a few minutes. But it also led me to other questions like, did other teams play here in Metuchen? I had a eureka moment sitting at a microfilm machine in the Metuchen Library when I came across a box score from earlier in the 1936 season when the Newark Eagles came to town. After a few years of research, the evolution of digitized newspapers, I have been able to document about 50 games, mostly featuring Negro League teams who played here in Metuchen. And I was motivated to do this research, not only by my love of the Negro Leagues, but also because it's my hometown. And I really get to look at what happened pretty much in my backyard. And so I'm pleased to present this information and research to you today. So first, let me tell you just a little bit about Metuchen. If you know Metuchen, it's probably because you've passed exit 10 on the New Jersey Turnpike, or because you've taken the Northeast Corridor train into New York City. In many ways, Metuchen is your prototypical suburban small town. It's located in central New Jersey. It's a bedroom community to New York City. Quite literally, it's small in size at only 2.85 square miles, and relatively speaking, is densely populated. Back in 1930, the population was about 5,700, and keep that in mind as I talk about some of the games later today. Metuchen is nicknamed the Brainy Borough as it was home to a number of famous authors, engineers, and otherwise talented people in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And this nickname comes up over and over again in the game stories, and it's a pretty cool nickname for us to have today. Metuchen, however, was not known for its baseball prowess. When you look at the history of baseball here, we have one player that we can call major leaguer, and that was Ed Buckingham, who played his one game back in 1895. Now, how did it become a barnstorming destination? So when you look at the business model of Negro League teams, which was based largely around barnstorming, Metuchen was a pretty good fit. First and foremost, it had a good location, both in terms of being able to draw fans from a relatively large region, and in terms of the transportation, the different ways that you can get to our town. The area was also home to sufficient baseball talent, and I will highlight 2 players in a few minutes, one a star pitcher and one a veteran player who was also an entrepreneur who made these games happen. We also had a weekly newspaper in town, the Metuchen Recorder, which previewed and later provided box scores for most of the games I'm going to discuss. And additionally, the Central New Jersey Home News, a daily paper that came out of New Brunswick, New Jersey, served to market all of the games played in Metuchen with multiple previews, and then later provided extensive game stories, which I loved reading, and box scores. Both of these papers are now digitized and made this research possible. And finally, I'm convinced that the existence of these games was due in large part to serendipity. As you will learn, there was a lot of uncertainty throughout the years in which these games were played, but I firmly believe that the baseball gods looked kindly upon Metuchen over the course of these years. So the story really begins in 1931, and what I discovered in 1931 was that a local team played games pretty much every week, once a week, on weekday evenings at 6:15 p.m. against a barnstorming team that visited town. The local team got off to a great start on the field, winning the first 5 games of the 1931 season, including a 10-8 victory in the season opener against the Brooklyn Royal Giants and their pitcher, Cannonball Dick Redding. The local 9 would also defeat the New York Black Yankees and their legendary star, Pop Lloyd, who was 47 years old at the time. And the Black Yankees came to Metuchen 3 times that season. Now, the venture did get off to a bit of a tenuous start. After the second game, there was a newspaper article saying that unless attendance improved, they would stop playing. But thankfully, it did improve, and as many as 2,000 fans attended games later on that season. So that's more than a third of the population of town was attending these games. Although Metuchen is close to New York City, which of course had 3 major league teams in the 1930s, it wasn't that easy to be a fan of these major league teams other than reading about them in the newspaper. There were no radio broadcasts in the 1930s for these teams. They were afraid that radio would hurt their attendance. And so really the only way to see big league baseball was to see it in person. And now there were big league, major league teams coming to Metuchen. The best team to come to Metuchen in 1931 was Hilldale. And they featured 3 future Hall of Famers in Martin DeHigo, Judy Johnson, and Biz Mackey, and a should-be Hall of Famer in Rap Dixon. They crushed Metuchen by a score of 17-4 on July 27th. The 90th anniversary of this game is coming up next week. And they later returned in August for one of the most interesting games of the season, the box score and story of which I have here. In that game, Biz Mackey, who is of course a Hall of Famer as a catcher, was the starting pitcher for Hilldale. He struck out 11 Metuchen batters, and it was reported that he seemed to enjoy immediately disconcerting the Metuchen team with his fiery ball. Hilldale won that game by a score of 6-3. So Metuchen finished with a respectable 6-5 record in 1931 against these barnstorming teams. But one aspect that I was also very interested in off the field was the social impact of these games, if I could gauge that in any way. And although the African-American population of Metuchen was quite small in the 1930s, and these games were clearly played before predominantly, if not exclusively, a white audience, there was signs of clear racism still in the area. And so in the same newspaper that had the article about Biz Mackey striking out 11, there was also an article about a Klan rally that was held just outside of town in the summer of 1931. When I looked, although when I looked at all of the newspaper recording of the teams that visited, they always spoke highly of the acumen of the players and really sometimes even gushed about the players that came to town. So who was it that actually played for Metuchen against these great players? The teams were led by a gentleman by the name of Blackie Regan. Regan grew up in nearby Perth Amboy, New Jersey, and played professional baseball for 4 seasons with the Danville Tobacconists of the Piedmont League in the 1920s. He had a solid minor league career, but he was now a resident of Metuchen in the 1930s, where he worked as a plumber, but he also clearly was an entrepreneur in organizing these games. I saw at least one mention of his working with Nat Strong, who was the owner of the Brooklyn Royal Giants and an extremely influential booking agent in bringing the games to town. He was also connected with Billy Urbanski, a major leaguer with the Boston Braves, who also hailed from Perth Amboy. Now, the strength of the team was almost always their pitching, and most especially Bertram Elijah Bud Humphreys. Humphreys was the son of the pastor of the First Presbyterian Church here in Metuchen. He went on to graduate from Metuchen High and went to Brown University, where he pitched on their team. There was an article I found of him pitching in Yankee Stadium against Harvard. He graduated from Brown in 1934 and went on to pitch for a time in the Yankees and Cardinals farm systems, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later. So where did they play? We don't have a big field, big stadium here in town, other than the high school field, which only seats, I don't know, maybe 300. So it turns out that they played on a field that was managed by the American Legion in town, known as Campbell Legion Field. It's near the center of town and now is the location of Campbell Elementary School. There's still a large field there, and there's a softball diamond there. My kids have played on that field, and I like to think now that the players there are playing on the same field once graced by Martin Dihigo. It was reported that they would bring in bleachers for these games, and as you'll see, as many as 5,000 people would attend games at this little modest field. So the team was back in 1932 and again played some stellar competition. The highlight of the season was the first night game ever played in Metuchen, played against the renowned House of David club, who brought their own lights. In addition to the novelty of the night game, the House of David team also started Hall of Famer, or future Hall of Famer, Grover Cleveland Alexander, who did only pitch one inning, but was of course a draw. Admission was 50 cents for this game, and nearly 3,000 people, more than half the population of town, attended. The game began at 9 p.m. and although the generators stopped 6 times during the game, the generators that powered the lights, and there was a bit of a scandal in town about the inferior gas that was provided to the generators, the game did end eventually at 11:30 p.m. with the House of David winning 1-0. Another team on this list, the Kentucky Colonels, may not be as familiar to many of us, and that was a white barnstorming team. They featured Johnny Derringer, the brother of Major Leaguer Paul Derringer. But the best team that Metuchen played this season was, again, the New York Black Yankees. And on June 28th, the Black Yankees started Nick Stanley against Metuchen, a great pitcher, and won by a score of 13-3. That is, the Black Yankees won by a score of 13-3. Towards the end of the season, there was mention of potential games against the Pittsburgh Crawfords and Boston Braves, but they never came to be. But over the course of this season, Metuchen again showed well with a record of 8-5 against the competition. In 1933, there was a bit of a shorter schedule, or a truncated schedule, due in large part to weather and rainouts. The team invested in lights and tried to play some night games against some great competition. The highlight of this season, I believe, is the August 4th game against, again, the New York Black Yankees, which featured John Beckwith, Fats Jenkins, and I believe as a rookie, Ted Double Duty Radcliffe. The Black Yankees drubbed Metuchen by a score of 14-6 in this game. But what I noticed also in this season was that there was a lot of turnover in the players who played for Metuchen. Occasionally, they would bring in something of a sort of a ringer or a renowned player, such as Danny Dugan, who had a cup of coffee with the Chicago White Sox in 1928 and 1929. He was from Plainfield, just down the road. They pitched him against the New York Dodgers, and he got beat. But overall, again, Metuchen went 6-4 in 1933. In 34, again, you see a relatively short schedule, but this was exclusively due to weather. There was a lot going on behind the scenes here. Bud Humphries graduated college and went on to play professionally now for the Newark Bears, so he was no longer pitching for them. That entrepreneur that I mentioned, Blackie Regan, also left the team. Another former major leaguer, Jack Martin, stepped in to take the lead for the team. He had played for the Yankees in 1912 and was again from nearby Plainfield, New Jersey. So they still were able to put together a pretty strong schedule. Future Hall of Famer Ray Dandridge made the first of his several appearances in Metuchen with the Newark Dodgers, and Judd Wilson appeared with the Philadelphia Stars on July 5th. And even the legendary Birmingham Black Barons made their way up to Metuchen to play towards the end of the summer. Now you'll notice a break in the schedule here from July 12th until August 23rd, and this was really heartbreaking for me as I was researching this. On consecutive weeks, the Pittsburgh Crawfords, New York Black Yankees, and Homestead Grays had games rained out here in Metuchen. And I so wish that 34 Pittsburgh Crawfords team with Josh Gibson, Cool Papa Bell, Oscar Charleston, Jody Johnson, Satchel Paige, and so many others had played. The game was canceled just an hour and a half or 2 hours before game time due to wet field conditions. I'd like to think that the team was actually in town whenever that decision was made, but I so wish they had played, because when I talk to my friends and other casual or less rabid baseball fans than myself, these are the guys who possibly other people's names they would recognize. So unfortunately, it's a bit of a miss for me and for the town. Now, again, all of that uncertainty in 34 really came to a head in 1935, and it was a bit of a lost season. There were only 2 games played by the Legion team. The first game of note was against the Brooklyn Royal Giants on July 1st. And again, Cannonball Dick Redding, who is now 45 years old, started that game. And a few weeks later, Metuchen lost by a score of 10-0 to the Canadian Clowns. And that was the end of this season. But thankfully, they were back in 1936. Blackie Regan was back managing the team. Bud Humphries was back pitching for the team. And they were able to put together a really powerful schedule, including games against the Newark Eagles, Buckeye Hawaiian All-Stars, and the season culminating against the St. Louis Cardinals. Now, the Newark Eagles game was really very interesting. The Eagles had only recently formed as the combination of the Newark Dodgers and the Brooklyn Eagles, and owners Abe and Effa Manley would put this team together and enjoy more than a decade of ownership of this legendary team. The infield of the Eagles, of course, included Mule Suttles, Willie Wells, Ray Dandridge. The team was managed by Biz Mackey, and this amazing team came to town. It was a slugfest, the game. There were 7 doubles, 2 triples, and a Metuchen home run that was lost in the tall grass of the field. The game was called after 6 innings due to darkness, but for 30 cents admission, a Metuchenite could have seen one of the greatest teams of all time defeat the local team by a score of 14-13. Now, the Cardinals coming to town was, of course, the big news that season, and it was an enormous event, not just for the sports history of Metuchen, but arguably for all of Metuchen history. Allegedly, JFK drove through town in 1960 when he was campaigning, and Springsteen played a concert in a nearby high school gym in the early part of his career, but this might be the most important event in modern history in Metuchen. The Gas House Gang Cardinals of the 1930s were a fantastic team with rookie Johnny Mize, the Big Cat, Frankie Frisch, Dizzy Dean, Joe Medwick, and that season Medwick hit .351 with 64 doubles, which is still the National League record. So why would the Cardinals come to play in Metuchen? And of course, surely the answer is money. It was reported that they were going to be paid $1,500 if they played the game, and they were even guaranteed $200 if it was a rainout. Another reason that I think the Cardinals came is that Joe Medwick was from nearby Carteret, New Jersey. And in fact, I had found games he had played in high school against Metuchen on both the baseball and football fields. He was quite a star. I looked at the Cardinals' schedule. They had swept a doubleheader the previous day in Boston and were on their way to play the Giants in New York. They came to town at 6:45 on the train for a 9 p.m. game. There was reportedly 6,000 tickets available for the game. And that picture that I showed earlier of the Cardinals sitting in front of the YMCA, I'm assuming they went there in order to change and get ready for the game as the nearest locker room to the field at which they would play. So for that ball game, it was again exciting for the residents of Metuchen. They got to see the Cardinals in the flesh. They also got to see the home team win. Yes, Metuchen beat the Cardinals by a score of 10-7. There were 14 doubles in the game. I assume this was because a lot of doubles were hit into the crowd as they lined the outfield. And it must just have been an amazing game to witness. But it also brought me to wonder, were the Cardinals the greatest team to play in Metuchen? And I'll address that in a few minutes. Now, unfortunately, this game was the end of the era. There were no more barnstorming teams that really came to town other than an appearance by the Newark Eagles in 1938 against a team called Nixon Nitration, a industrial team. But on a bright note, Metuchen really did show that they may have earned the win against the Cardinals and many of the other teams that they played. Their pitcher, Bud Humphries, went on to sign with the Cardinals immediately after that game. He enjoyed a pretty long minor league career. He never made it to the majors, however, but he did follow in his father's footsteps and became a Presbyterian minister. He was known as the pitching pastor, as he often talked about his baseball experience, and he really paid his way through graduate school, through theology school, by playing in the minor leagues. So who was the best team to play in Metuchen? I think an excellent case could be made for the 1931 Hilldale Club, the 1936 Newark Eagles, and the 1936 St. Louis Cardinals. And I may be a bit biased, but of these 3 teams, probably the team I would have loved to have seen most was the Hilldale squad with El Maestro, Martin DeHigo, with Biz Mackey pitching, and with the great Rap Dixon patrolling the outfield. So I put together a list of the 13 Hall of Famers who played here in Metuchen. That's 13, not including Leon Day and Dizzy Dean, who did not pitch when they were in town. I also put together a list of other great players, many of whom I surely believe should be in the Hall of Fame, who also made an appearance in town. And when I look back at these games, when I look back at what they meant to Metuchen, they provided great entertainment for the people of Metuchen and for all of central New Jersey. And in terms of the players, they provided a modest payday to these great players who were denied the freedom to play in the segregated white major leagues. And so the field where they played is literally just a couple of blocks from where I live. And as I walk by that field, I still would like to think that I hear cheers from those games back 90 some years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rich. I always look forward to your presentations at Jerry Malloy. Fascinating information that you present. So let's see, you have a couple of questions for you. Let's see, what do you know about the Brooklyn Royal Giants?
So I know a little bit from researching them. I know again that they were featured Cannonball Dick Redding quite a bit. I know Chino Smith played with the Royal Giants in 1931 when they came to town, and he's a under-recognized talent in Negro League history. I know, again, just really from what I see in the box scores here in town and a little bit of what I've read otherwise, that they were a great team, not necessarily on the level of Hilldale. They didn't have a lot of young players simultaneously, but again, I'm sure that they were a very, very good team, and I'm sure very entertaining as they made their way and barnstormed around town, or around the East Coast. Let's see.
Sorry, what was the incentive for these teams to come to Metuchen? Did they get a share of the gate?
I haven't found anything clear in terms of how much money they all made, but I'm sure that that's the reason. I'm sure money is the reason. It probably was a relatively easy place to go to. I found other teams, if anyone knows Central New Jersey geography, Heightstown was another town where a lot of teams seemed to play. And then later in the 30s, a lot of teams played in New Brunswick, including games between the Grays and Crawfords and other great teams. And so I think it was probably a relatively easy place to get to. They seem to draw at least 2,000 fans quite often. And so I'm sure that provided something of a payday. And again, money has to have been the reason, but again, ease of opportunity maybe was the reason as well.
Okay, thank you. We have about 4 more minutes, so if there are some other questions, you can drop them in the chat and I'll present them to Rich. Or we can get started on our break early. It's whatever your pleasure.
One other thing I would mention is these barnstorming games I found here just again by accident, but I'm sure that they occurred in many other towns, small towns around the area, and not just this area, but around the United States. And I think that with local newspapers, most especially, and now the digitization of a lot of these newspapers, a lot of people could probably find a lot of things that happened in their town back in the 1930s, 1920s, maybe 1940s even, that is undiscovered. And so I was lucky enough to find these games, and I would encourage anyone else that has some curiosity about this to dig back into the papers, especially papers that are searchable. The Metuchen Recorder that I mentioned earlier is not searchable, but the New Brunswick newspaper was searchable and made it extremely easy to pinpoint when these games were played, to find the box scores, and so on. I see Larry asked, what's the economic engine of Metuchen? I think this is a suburban town. There is no industry here, and there never really has been. And I think it was just people. I think it was just people itching for entertainment and able to go to those games back then. And even today, we really don't have any industry. I would probably say the restaurant industry is the biggest industry in town. And I think that that's something that, again, draws people. And so really, I think that's what drew everything. We're pretty close to New Brunswick, where Rutgers is. We're pretty close to some other similar kinds of towns. And maybe we were just lucky enough to be able to host these games.
We have another question for you from Todd Peterson. Did the Legion team play local squads as well?
Good question. They did very infrequently, which I was surprised by. In 1936, I actually left it off the list, but they opened with a game against, I want to say, Highland Park, which is the high school's chief rival. Other than maybe once a season, or even not even once every season, they did play a couple other local teams, but it looked like almost always they kept themselves sort of above that and played these barnstorming teams from of much more renown.
Okay, and our one last question from Larry McGill. This was very inspiring. Eager to find more examples of barnstorming like the Metuchen story.
Yeah, I would encourage anybody to, everyone, if you are so motivated, to dig around and look in some smaller newspapers and see what you can find. It's really, like I said, it was a bit of a eureka moment as I was sitting in that library, and I got shivers as I found the names Dandridge and Wells and Suttles as I was looking through that box score that probably nobody had looked at in 80 some years. And so that was awesome. And I would encourage everyone to do that as you wish. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Michelle. And thank you, everyone, for listening to my presentation today.
Thank you so much. And I'll turn it back over to Leslie for parting words before break.
I have no parting words. I think it goes back to Larry at this point. But except to say bravo, everybody, so far. It's been great.
Yes, outstanding. Two outstanding presentations. I will play some baseball music until about 12:30 when we reconvene with Sister Michelle Freeman as our moderator. So here's a chance to listen and take a break. All right. See you back at the bottom of the hour. Thank you. We're all right. We're back and ready for Coach Freeman to put us in to the ball game.
All righty. Let's see. Our third batter up this afternoon is Katie Krall, and she'll be presenting Celebration and Discrimination, Rube Foster and the Chicago American Giants. Katie was hired by the Cincinnati Reds as a baseball operations analyst in January 2020. In her role, she develops and integrates new tools and technology to improve baseball operations, decision-making processes, provides comprehensive scouting coverage, and statistical request support to the front office. Krall previously worked for a year and a half at Major League Baseball in the commissioner's office in New York City. She was the first female chosen for MLB's inaugural Diversity Fellowship Program, an initiative designed to promote women and people of color into front office executive roles. At the commissioner's office, Krall advised clubs on 40-man roster management, MLB rules and compliance, Major League administration, and salary arbitration. In 2016, Krall planned the World Series trophy tour for the Chicago Cubs. The following summer, she was an assistant general manager in the Cape Cod Baseball League. She graduated from Northwestern University with a BA in history and is currently pursuing her MBA from the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business. Welcome, Katie.
Thanks so much, Michelle. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen if everyone could let me know if they can see it okay.
Yeah, we can see it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. This is really a special treat. So this audience, I'm going to assume, knows a great deal about Negro Leagues baseball. And so I'm not going to touch on too many high-level details. This was originally a paper that I wrote at Northwestern University. And the story I'm going to tell today is told through Rube Foster and the Chicago American Giants, but it's also the story of what was an amazing cultural and social institution of the African American communities in which there were Negro League teams. So I'm going to start off talking a little bit about roster construction and the benefits for Negro League players, and then Rube Foster as the father of Black baseball and the different hats that he wore. Chicago specifically, which was the heart of Black baseball, how the origins of the MLB All-Star Game and the East-West Classic can be traced to the Windy City. But then also, unfortunately, the racism and the discrimination that Negro Leagues players experienced when they traveled. Effa Manley fought really hard, as many of you may know, when Branch Rickey or other Major League general managers or owners took away Black talent from the Negro Leagues and there wasn't necessarily compensation. And then the final chapter of the story, I'll touch on to what happened after the integration of Major League Baseball in 1947. So to start out, as I think others have discussed in this conference so far, is the Negro Leagues were an amazing opportunity and also a forum, not only for players, but for different groups of people to come together in cities across the US. So for 4 decades, there was this really robust sports entity that afforded job opportunities, fun entertainment on the weekends. And as you can see here, it really crisscrossed all over. And it wasn't until the late 40s and early 50s that the leagues went away, but for a long time, this was quite a formidable group of teams and players. So the baseball operations analyst in me wanted to touch on roster construction, and twofold. First, because I find it really unique that players would go across countries in order to compete. So whether that was Mexico, the Dominican, even Cuba and Venezuela, they played wherever there were opportunities. And so the turnover was really high. So you didn't have Joey Votto, playing for almost over a decade with a specific team. You had players who season to season, they would jump contracts. And I mentioned it here in the story related to Rube Foster, because you'll see later that Rube got great continuity and loyalty from his players when he was a manager and a coach. And that was kind of an anomaly in the Negro Leagues because of the turnover and because of a lot of players wanting to go to Spanish-speaking countries where they didn't face discrimination, where they didn't have to worry about going out after games and not being allowed into certain bars or restaurants. The Latin countries were far more hospitable to certain Negro Leagues players. There were also great socioeconomic benefits from being a Negro Leagues player. When the typical U.S. worker brought home $10 or $15 a week, the average Negro Leaguer could earn $200 a month. This was pretty extraordinary, and this is a time in the United States when employment's often predicated upon Jim Crow laws, so African Americans couldn't necessarily have the same opportunities. If you were a Negro Leagues baseball player, you were earning a fair salary, and you were making more than you would have if you were a domestic servant, if you were a traditional laborer. So beyond simply being able to play baseball for a living, which can be a form of compensation in and of itself, you could support a family if you were a Negro Leagues player. And this was, really a special profession for people. So the hero of our story, and on the right, you can see an image of Rube Foster taken from a Chicago Defender article. Foster was a pitcher before he ended up founding the Negro National League. And even though he dropped out of school before 9th grade, he was very bright. People said that he had answers to questions even before they were asked. He was incredibly strategic. And he was a large man, as you can see. So he was 6'4", and he won 44 games in a row starting in 1902. He played for both the Philadelphia Cuban X-Giants and then also the Chicago American Giants. And he was a great strategist. He was very cerebral. And I think that his time as a player allowed him to be such an adept manager later on because he had been actively processing and thinking about the game for a number of years. And there are lots of legends associated with the Negro Leagues, but one that sticks out to me about Rube is that John McGraw, the famous manager, asked Foster to tutor Christy Mathewson one day. And during that encounter, Mathewson allegedly learned his famous screwball, which helped him later win 373 games, which is a record I don't think we will ever see close in our lifetimes again. So Rube Foster was also a founder, as I said, of the Negro National League. And so in the 1920s, a group got together and they decided that they wanted to model the Negro National League after Major League Baseball. So a conglomerate, more formalized, and Foster really spearheaded this. There are a number of individuals who provided these opportunities for Black athletes, but without Foster, there wouldn't necessarily have been the same formality related to it. And the Chicago Defender, among other Negro Leagues papers like the Pittsburgh Courier, was very laudatory of Foster. And in addition to his general demeanor, which people responded fairly well to, they also felt like his work ethic was unparalleled in that everyone who meets Foster do not know that he does more work in one season than all colored managers combined. And he was eventually recognized for his contributions, not only to Black baseball, but to baseball as a whole, in 1981, he was inducted into Cooperstown, which was an overdue and a very well-deserved point of recognition. So Rube Foster was also a business person, and I love these two images here. They're from an artist named Kadir Nilsson, and you might recognize his work as it's appeared on the cover of the New Yorker before, but he celebrates historical figures, particularly those who were part of the Negro Leagues, and it ended up forming a best-selling book that he both wrote and drew called We Are the Ship, which references a line from Frederick Douglass, "We are the ship, all else is the sea." And so the image on the left, you can see, these are the Chicago American Giants, and they're traveling on Pullman cars, which were very expensive, luxurious forms of travel. And you can see, they're confident men. There are young Caucasian boys looking up to them. This is very indicative of how Nelson wanted them to be portrayed, that the Chicago American Giants were a strong, formal team. And then on the right, Rube Foster, the business person, he had a phenomenal mind, and he understood the sport as both a business and a game, which I think those are separate skill sets that he was able to merge. And so throughout the Negro National League, as I think we've seen with the XFL in recent years, that it can be difficult to get a sports league up off the ground. And so Rube Foster really ensured, more so than just the Chicago American Giants, that the rest of the NNL was going to be on sound footing. And so, again, part of his work ethic stemmed from having his hand in so many different pots. And he really became a hero to the African American community because of his desire to not simply win for the American Giants, but win for Black baseball as a whole. So Rube Foster, as a manager, as a strategist, he got great productivity out of his players. He led the team to 12 championships from 1911 to 1926. In addition to knowing the game, as well as John McGraw or any Connie Mack as any other white manager, if not more so, he also never missed a payday. And again, in a league where turnover was really high and there wasn't great stability, you could count on Rube paying your salary. You can count on your bills being paid because of Rube. And that was pretty extraordinary for a league that was just trying to get up off the ground. From an on-the-field game theory perspective, he was very aggressive with pitching, similar to other Negro League teams. Really wanted people to race around the bases, contact-oriented approach. And I think a lot of that stems from when he was pitching in the dead ball era. He really wanted traffic on the base path. So I don't think that today's game of 3 true outcomes and Rube Foster would have necessarily aligned with the type of strategy he was implementing back in the late 1910s, early 1920s. So the Chicago American Giants played at Shorelings Park. They actually played at Wrigley Field later in the 40s too. And people would come out in their Sunday best for games. You can see here this image. Rube Foster was synonymous with this team. They were very closely linked. And so to see the Giants was to see Rube Foster in some ways. Local celebrities and politicians like Big Bill Thompson, who had connections to Chicago gangsters and the underground, they would come out to games. So there were definitely phenomenal crowds. And based on some of the attendance numbers that had been gleaned, on any given weekend, the American Giants could outdraw the Cubs or the White Sox. People felt very connected to the team, and the players in particular to the city of Chicago. So during the offseason, they would remain either on the South Side specifically or elsewhere in Chicago. And then several times a year, there would be games where gate revenue proceeds would be directed to community needs. So whether there was a benefit for a particular family or just depression relief funds, again, there was a really strong tether. So when they wore, the Chicago on the Chicago American Giants jersey, they were acutely aware of the city they were representing. So Chicago's relation to the All-Star Game stems from the 1933 Century of Progress World's Fair. And this was very distinct from the World's Fair held in 1893, which is synonymous and known as being the White City and having a lot of neoclassical architecture, the Art Institute, the Shedd Aquarium that are still in Chicago now, all of those date to 1893. In comparison, in 1933, we're still in the throes of the Great Depression, and they wanted the city to be colorful. So you'll see on the program here, there are still some neoclassical references, as is typical with most World's Fairs, but it was very bright, very progressive. And so Arch Ward, who was the editor of the Chicago Tribune sports section, thought it'd be valuable to have an event in conjunction with the fair that was related to sports. And so baseball being the most popular sport in the US at the time seemed like the easy sell. And so it was originally seen as a marketing initiative, kind of a ploy to get fans to come to a different area of the city that hadn't really been used for any World's Fair activities to that point. But it was wildly successful. And the Negro Leagues actually mimicked the same type of contest with different teams sending players as representatives the same year, also in 1933, and it was called the East-West Classic. And some people say that the East-West Classic was more important than any championship game, simply because it was aggregating the best players in the league at that time and having them face off against each other. So it was normally held at Comiskey, Yankee Stadium, or the Polo Grounds in New York. And part of the reason for those venues was because they needed to accommodate so many fans. In 1934, 30,000 people crammed into the South Side to watch the East-West Classic, and it was an incredible celebratory atmosphere. It was a great economic bonanza for the city, whichever hosted it, simply because of the people who would come in, the money they would spend. And fans also had a stake too. So two of the country's largest Black newspapers, which I've relied on to gather a lot of the information for this presentation, the Chicago Defender and Pittsburgh Courier, they allowed fans to vote. So similar to the All-Star Game balloting that we have today in MLB. So fans, again, felt very tied to these players, very connected to their communities. There was a great sense of pride if you saw players from your team in the East-West Classic game. So Chicago as the center of the Black baseball universe. So the Chicago American Giants, they've had 13 players elected to a Hall of Fame, either in the States or in Latin America. And so they were very, very good. Teams like the Homestead Grays or Pittsburgh Crawfors probably overall had better records and 10 years of success, but by no means were the Chicago American Giants schmucks. So Alec Radcliffe, who's seen here on the left, was a third baseman who demolished the East-West Classic. He always mashed during this midseason classic, and he was with the Giants for 3 separate tenures. And again, is a player that probably is going to receive more recognition now as MLB has recognized the stats of the Negro Leagues counting towards official statistics. But again, really great players who, if they had been born 20 or 30 years later, would have played Major League Baseball had it not been for the color barrier. And I think MLB as a whole is being more proactive in order to introduce Negro League history to Major League Baseball fans today. So you'll see on the right, Carlos Quentin wearing the Chicago American Giants jerseys in 2019 as part of a celebratory weekend of honoring the history of the team and its connection to the Chicago White Sox. So unfortunately, in this story, as exciting as it was to watch Negro Leagues players, the steady paycheck that you could earn, the support from fans, in the background of all of this is the idea that these players' race is preventing them from playing at the highest level. And in addition to that, when they're on the road, when they're staying in team hotels, they're limited by their options. They are not allowed to be in certain cities and in certain establishments that will not accept African Americans. And because of this scarcity, certain owners and proprietors would create artificial scarcity by either saying you can't stay with us entirely, or if you are going to stay with us, we're going to charge you a higher rate than we would for a white semi-pro team that's also in the area. And so as a result, there were financial considerations that the Negro League players had to face that their white counterparts were never exposed to. Media coverage from Black papers was normally fairly good, but overall, again, the Chicago Tribune was not going to run the box score from the Chicago American Giants game that weekend. And so as a result, many, I think, unfairly assumed that anyone in the Negro Leagues was a second-tier player than the major leagues due to the discrepancies in competition and then also the lack of formal statistics that were kept for games. So in 1947, a great wrong was finally righted in that Jackie Robinson was able to break the color barrier. He wasn't necessarily the best player at the time. Many think that Monty Irvin should have been the first Negro Leagues player to make the transition to the major leagues. But regardless of who broke it, Jackie completely redefined a paradigm, both for sports and society. And many have said that that moment, April 15th, 1947, when he walked on the field, it signaled to the country that change had come and it was long overdue. The difficult aspect, though, of breaking that color barrier is it slowly led to the demise of the Negro Leagues as fans became far more likely to root for the Dodgers, the other teams that were integrated. So, for example, the image here on the left where you have Jackie Robinson, Don Newcombe, and Roy Campanella, Negro Leagues fans wanted to support the Dodgers now. And so as a result, there were far fewer dollars left over or time to watch Negro Leagues clubs. And so it was a bit of a slow death. For example, the Chicago American Giants played until the early 50s. Tony Stone ended up playing in the Negro Leagues, and some say that as a female second baseman, she prolonged the Negro Leagues by a season and a half by herself, simply because people wanted to see the spectacle of a woman in the infield. Hank Aaron played for the Indianapolis Clowns. So again, it wasn't immediately after Jackie broke the color barrier in 1947 that suddenly the Negro Leagues disappeared, but it definitely was the end of an era in some ways. And again, as I began the presentation saying, like, this was an amazing social and cultural institution that was lost and will never be regained again. As for Rube Foster, again, his work ethic actually ended up being part of his undoing as well. In 1926, he suffered a mental breakdown, and he became enlisted in a state hospital in Kankakee, Illinois, and 4 years later, he passed away. And so when I was thinking about how to close this and how to celebrate the Negro Leagues while also thinking about what was lost and what the players had to face, I came across that when Rube Foster, when 3,000 mourners gathered in Chicago for his funeral and the time came to close the coffin, according to attendees, it was closed at the usual hour a ball game ends, which I think is a really poetic and beautiful way to close the story of an individual who redefined not only Black baseball, but baseball as a whole. And so I think as we as Major League Baseball think about ways that we can be more proactive in sharing the story, Rube Foster has to be a component of that tale in so many ways. So many players had their careers expedited because of the opportunities that they had in the Negro Leagues to be seen by players, to be seen by scouts and other front office executives. So this individual, this team, this city has uniquely impacted the history of baseball. So that is all that I have for my presentation, but would love to take some questions.
Thank you so much, Katie. It was really fascinating. I think Rube Foster's life is very interesting and also a great visionary for baseball. So I appreciate your presentation today. Let's look at the questions we have for you in the chat. How was the relationship between Foster and the team and the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and other Black workers?
That's really interesting. So I think that overall, there were positive interactions. The fact that they were traveling on spring training to the South on these Pullman cars, represented how Rube Foster felt about the Negro National Leagues as a whole, that he wanted to be professional. He wanted the players to act well, to ensure that they were representing not only the team, but the city of Chicago. So from everything that I've read, I don't think that there were any negative encounters.
Okay, thank you. Next question, did Foster have a relationship with Capone? I'm going to assume it's Al Capone.
Not that I know of. There are rumors that the founding of the Negro National League was associated with the Black underworld, so with bootleggers or individuals who maybe made their salaries via less than savory methods. But to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe that he and Al necessarily had a business or even a personal relationship.
Thank you. Let's see, from Joe Shaw, could you share any of his ideals about baseball strategy he emphasized?
Yeah, definitely. So the one main one that I believe I cited was this idea of a bunt and run, and that a player would race from first to third on a bunt. So I think today, if you watch, and we're getting away from bunting as a whole, just because the numbers don't necessarily support the idea of sacrificing an out. But so if you watch a sacrifice bunt, like we had a pitcher do it last night in our game against the Cardinals, you're normally going from first to second. What Foster implemented is going from first to third and being really aggressive, and the speed of the Negro Leagues players allowed them to do that. And I think part of the reason why those games were so much fun to watch is because of all the action on the base paths, because people were racing around. It was very contact oriented. You weren't seeing the number of strikeouts and home runs that we have in today's game.
Thank you. Next question. What was the most intriguing aspect of what uncovered in your research?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. I would say it was kind of a personal epiphany. My great granduncle was Nick Atton, and he played for the Yankees in the 1940s. And he was pretty good. He ended up leading the American League in home runs. I think he only hit like 21 or 22 because it was the war years. And so people like Joe DiMaggio or Ted Williams, they were fighting in World War II. But for me, I had always been so proud that I had a major leaguer in the family, but it was kind of startling to read about the Negro Leagues players who should have been in the major leagues, and my great granduncle's skin color allowed him to have that opportunity. But maybe other people had family members who weren't as lucky. And so, going through that reckoning and thinking about, how do I celebrate this aspect of my family, but also recognize, there were a lot of systemic reasons that afforded him that chance that others weren't necessarily granted.
Okay, thank you. We have some just general comments. Dr. Milbert Brown said, please note, only the top Negro League players commanded the $200 a month salary. The others had problems with getting paid. From Kevin Johnson, 6'4" is another Rube legend. He was probably less than 6 foot tall. Let's see. James Diamond said he was in Seattle and Tacoma in 1916. I believe that's about Rube Foster. Robert Komorski said, Big Bill Thompson's electoral coalition included Blacks, so politically it was to his benefit to attend Chicago American Giants games. And that's all the questions that we have. Anybody else have any other questions for Katie?
Thank you so much, everyone. I really enjoyed the opportunity.
You're welcome. Great job. Okay, so we can move along to our last presentation before we go on our next break, which will be by Dr. Milbert Brown on the colorful life of Ted Double Duty Radcliffe, a Negro League legend. So Dr. Brown is a remarkable storyteller. Brown's work was captured the historical and cultural tapestry of the Black community using his gifts as an educator, photojournalist, writer, and visual artist. Dr. Brown's interest in the Negro Leagues began in the 1990s when he began interviewing and photographing his favorite Negro League player, Ted Double Duty Radcliffe. His journalism career includes work at the Boston Globe and the Chicago Tribune. While at the Tribune, Brown shared journalism's highest honor, the Puerzer Prize in Journalism, for explanatory reporting as a contributing staff member in 2001. The Indiana native received his doctorate in higher education leadership from Morgan State University. He also holds a master's from Ohio University School of Visual Communications and a BS in journalism from Ball State University. Dr. Brown's son, Raymond J. Brown, a new student member of SABR's Negro League Committee, will be the narrator for the presentation. Raymond is a communications student at Morehouse College, and as a 2-year-old, he met Double Duty Radcliffe. Raymond is interested in pursuing a career in sports reporting. So welcome, Raymond and Dr. Brown.
Hello, how's everybody? I hope you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, Raymond is not going to be in attendance today. He has a COVID test to take, which he couldn't do yesterday. He received a problem at the camp that he's a counselor at. So he had to take care of that. So hopefully he can chime in. But the presentation will basically answer a lot of questions, and he will address those questions in the presentation. And then I will basically, try to answer the questions after the it's about a 4-minute presentation. And does anybody cue it up, or do I need to cue it up in terms of?
I can if you want me to, or you can if you.
Better if you do it, and then basically I will go through. We can go through it. There'll be a lot of time for questions. You know, Theodore Roosevelt, double duty Radcliffe, I believe, is perhaps one of the greatest players not in the Hall of Fame. And it's my belief, and with all my energy, I will try to do all I can in terms of letting the world know how great this person as a baseball player really was. So that's my duty, and certainly Raymond is going to take on that duty as well. I wanted to get him involved in working in the organization at a very young age. I noticed there were so many.
Goddamn! Come on.
And not young people. So this is one of the young stars that we will certainly have within the organization.
Goddamn.
Can we please ask everyone to mute their microphones except for Dr. Brown, please? Thank you.
But I'm gonna mute my microphone as well, so we can start the presentation.
Okay. I will cue it up. Just give me a second here.
So just to give you a little basic, Ted Double Duty Radcliffe and his brother Alex, they basically came to Chicago in 1919. They hitchhiked from Mobile, Alabama to the Chicago area because one of the brothers was living here in Chicago. You know, right after that, he began to play for the Illinois Giants, and the Negro League hadn't been formed until 1920. So he was right there on the cusp of when the league was basically developing through, you know, the genius of Rube Foster. Are we ready?
1 second.
Okay.
It is just giving me. There it is. Got it.
In 1902, Theodore Roosevelt double duty Alabama. During his early days in Mobile, Radcliffe and his friend Leroy Satchel Paige played with a taped ball of rags as substitute for a baseball. Both Radcliffe and Paige would remain friends throughout their life before starring on Negro League baseball teams. Hello, my name is Raymond Brown, a member of the Society for Baseball Research and a communications major at Morehouse College. As a Chicago native, my father, a Negro League enthusiast, introduced me to one of baseball's greatest legends, Ted Double Duty Radcliffe. I do not remember much from my visit with Mr. Radcliffe because I was only 2 years old. Today, I've embraced the wonderful stories about the Negro League and their importance in the development of American baseball. Radcliffe joined the Negro League's Detroit Stars in 1928 as a catcher, but his fame as a player came in 1932 when he caught Satchel Paige in a shutout game. And in the next round of the doubleheader, Radcliffe also pitched the shutout.
Satchel pitched the first game and won, and I called him in the first game and I pitched the second game. Satchel won 4-0, and I won 3-0. And so Damon Runyon, the old sport writer, gave me that name at it wasted price admission of 2 to see Double Duty Radcliffe in action. That's how I got the name.
Because of Ted Double Duty Radcliffe's lengthy baseball career, he played against several Baseball Hall of Famers, including Honus Wagner, Dizzy Dean, and Willie Mays. He also played with Satchel Paige, Josh Gibson, and Cool Papa Bell, who are all enshrined in the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Radcliffe played on three of the Negro League Baseball's greatest teams, which are the 1930 St. Louis Stars, the 1931 Homestead Grays, and the 1932 Pittsburgh Crawfords.
Page was the greatest pitcher ever lived. Of course, he's the only man that I knew could throw the ball 100 miles an hour or better. Of course, I caught him in 4 no-hitters, I knew. We had a lot of people could hit. I mean hit. But Josh, he couldn't hit the ball like Josh. Josh hit that ball so hard, it looked like a clay pigeon going out today. He was the most awesome hitter ever God put breath in. I never seen anybody fast as Cool Papa. Did you hear what Satchel said about him? You could turn out the light and he'd be in the bed before it went off.
In the mid-1940s, Ted Double Duty Radcliffe, now 43 years old, was still one of the Negro League stars. A young UCLA star who had just completed his service in the Army to join the Kansas City Monarchs. The new player was Jackie Robinson. The young Jackie was assigned as Double Duty Radcliffe's roommate. Radcliffe said of Robinson, "I don't think I've ever met a guy with more class in my life." Jackie Robinson was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1962.
Jackie come back by 1 o'clock. He said, it's all, Double Duty's all over but the shouting. He said, I'm going into organized baseball. He said, next year I'm going to Montreal. And that's how he got signed.
Radcliffe was voted as the MVP by the 1931 Homestead Grays and the 1932 Pittsburgh Crawfords. Double Duty Radcliffe played in 6 Negro League All-Star games, 3 as a pitcher and 3 as a catcher. He played for over a dozen Negro League teams, achieving a lifetime batting average of over 300. Radcliffe also managed the Cleveland Tigers, the Memphis Red Sox, and the Chicago American Giants. As Major League Baseball adds more Negro League player stats, hopefully Ted Double Duty Radcliffe will be finally recognized and inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown.
Everybody knew I should be in the Hall of Fame. When Satchel went in, we come up together. I played everywhere. I called me and talked. They said if they didn't put me in the Hall of Fame, they ought to burn it down.
Okay, certainly that's it. And I have no idea where that big square block of mass came in. But if you need to see it again, you can go to the YouTube, and it's available on YouTube, and it's certainly clear. Basically, I like to take questions, and right now it would be the easiest thing to do. I left all this time. Well, of course, I wanted Raymond here to also answer questions, but certainly I can probably ferret information to you through him when he hopefully he gets back in time.
Thank you so much. I think it's interesting that we're speaking about Mr. Radcliffe right now, considering all the talk in MLB about Shohei Ohtani. And I noticed at the All-Star game, every time people mention him, they're like, oh, you know, Babe Ruth, Babe Ruth. I remember tweeting that Negro League baseball players were also more than, you know, position player or pitcher. And so I think we need to continue to bring that history to the forefront of people's minds. And that's also one of the questions that we have in the chat. How would you compare Shohei Ohtani to Ted Double Duty Radcliffe?
You know, I don't know that much about Shohei Ohtani, to be quite honest. In terms of comparisons, you know, I don't really look at comparisons that much. In that era, I believe Ted Double Duty Radcliffe in his era was perhaps one of the greatest multi-talented ball players. Now, his era was pretty large and pretty long, but from 1931, from 1930, when he was with the St. Louis Cardinals, to when he was with the Homestead Graves and the Pittsburgh Crawfords, which I think are the 3 of the best Negro League teams. Certainly, he was on those teams, and he played for 6 different All-Star games. So, in terms of comparisons, like comparing Michael Jordan against Kobe Bryant. It becomes at some point who you like the best or who played with who at that time. But I believe Double Duty Radcliffe is perhaps one of the best overlooked players in of the Negro Leagues.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think it's just incredibly important that we continue to get this information about these players out there, because now that MLB has dedicated or elevated Negro League Baseball to major leagues. So when they're making these comparisons to Shohei about Babe Ruth, it's not just Babe. There are other players in Negro Leagues who are two-way position players. Let's see. Another question we had, how did you get so interested in Radcliffe as a subject to study?
Well, I got interested in Radcliffe because I was in Chicago, and I started doing stories. Wanted to do stories about the Negro Leagues, and Radcliffe was right there, and he was such a wonderful person, a very open person. Raymond at the time was the little baby, and I would be sometime, my wife was working or whatever, or getting in late for meetings, and I have Raymond there, and I had to take Raymond with me because Double Duty wanted to see me about something. I don't know what it was. He would just call me up, and a lot of times it was just basically lonely. He was lonely, and he wanted me to just sit there and watch. I remember several times I was in the south side of Chicago watching baseball games with him in the lobby. And it was just, it was a beautiful experience. I taped him, but at the time, digital wasn't really that prevalent. And I used a little tape recorder, cassette tape recorder. So the sound on some of my recordings were just not very good. I had envisioned that maybe one day, possibly I could, write a book about Double Duty, which I'm really seriously considering, and certainly gathering the information to do a book on Duty, and who I call him Duty. And it was just a fascinating person. You had to have been around him. He was so open and so genuine. And yeah, like I said, he would call me up and just worry me to death. Hey, Brown, when you coming over? So, I mean, he just gave me carte blanche. And I guess because I was real sincere, and I wasn't trying to get anything out of him, and I just liked being around him. It was just a beautiful person and a great baseball player, of course. And I like baseball.
Thank you for that. We also had a comment from Miss Joyce Thompson, who's Turkey Stern's daughter, and she said that Double Duty was her grandmother, Olga Radcliffe's brother. So we have an interesting tie with that today. And
Well,
go ahead.
Yes, that's beautiful. I met Joyce and I met her sister when I was in Detroit a couple years ago, and they provided me information, and it seemed like I've been doing this Negro League thing almost like forever. Every time I go to a new city, I try to talk to somebody about the Negro Leagues and the importance of the Negro Leagues, and certainly Turkey Stearns was one of the great Negro League players. And I really enjoyed chatting with her and her sister. And please get in contact with me, because I lost their numbers and through transition, moving and that kind of stuff. So I have my phone number. I would like for them to give me a call, and because I have some pictures that I have to send them that I didn't send, and I know they're really mad at me probably by now. Okay.
All right, thank you. You also had a comment from Bill Nolan. Thank you for your article on World War II and the Kansas City Monarchs that you contributed to SABR's brand new book on the 1942 Monarchs.
Yeah, I enjoyed doing that article, and I enjoyed doing it because it touched on two major points of historical significance for African Americans. World War II was a pivotal point for African Americans, and certainly the Negro League was at a pivotal point. and a lot of the Negro League players served, including Jackie. The first 5 players that entered the Negro League historically were veterans. So it was very important that, I guess, the powers that be, when they brought Negro League players in at that particular time, that they had some connection to the military.
Thank you. We also have a comment from Owen Ricker. Some will recall that Radcliffe was a guest at our 1981 SABR conference in Toronto. Let's see. Comment from Miss Joyce Thompson. Tet was a phenomenal player, but he was a womanizer and was not tactful when speaking in public. And according to my family, that hindered his chances of being inducted to the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Tet told me that when high school students asked him how he felt about white people, he said he hated them because of what they'd done to him.
Well, let me answer that. I believe, sure, everybody has points in which they may not be on the best foot forward. But if you know, I work for the major newspapers, and if you ever been on the road with some of these sports writers, they're some of the most wickedly vile and people that ever walked the face of the earth. Now, I have no idea why they're trying to be holier than thou when it comes to trying to put someone in the Hall of Fame, like Barry Bonds in the Jet. That's my personal opinion, and certainly double duty Radcliffe. Let's talk about what he did on the field, not what he did in personality. Sure, he did a lot of things that he maybe should not have done. But let's talk about, in which I believe that we should talk about, what did that person do on the field?
I agree.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a comment from Larry Lester. Double duty courtesy of the Chicago White Sox had a lifetime pass to the games. What can we do to get lifetime passes for the last Negro Leaguers who were banned from the game?
Well, I don't know about that. That's something that's out of my range of thought, and that's something that has to be handled through a public relations agency through that particular baseball team. One of the great ambassadors for Major League Baseball was Joe Black, who was a Negro Leaguer, whom I also did an interview and met. So I don't know. That's something that should be handled through the Major League teams.
Thank you. I also had a comment from Daryl Grigsby related to the comment I mentioned earlier about Shohei Ohtani. And he said, this is a great opportunity for MLB, recent converts to the glory of the Negro League, to have talked about Rogan, Dahigo, Radcliffe, and others who pitched and played positions, not to mention Don Newcomb and others' ability to hit and pitch. Let's see.
Yeah, but Radcliffe was not only an all-star pitcher, he was an all-star catcher.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a lifetime batting average of 300 or more. That's in terms of the stats.
That's awesome. One last comment. I just read that Radcliffe and his wife lived in poverty and old age in a Chicago housing project where they were robbed and beaten. The baseball assistance team helped them out, and surviving Negro leaders need that too.
Well, when I met Radcliffe, his wife had died, and he was living across the street from the project called the Ida B. Wells Project. And that was, I think he was there before. When I met him, he was in a senior housing complex, which certainly was not a project. And so he probably, like most older people, sometimes fall on hard times. And it was a story that was written by a famous reporter, the late Mike Rocco, that got double duty assistance, and that really helped out in terms of, and certainly it positioned baseball to, also provide him with a pension, and other players.
Thank you so much. That's all the questions that we had for you in the chat. If anyone else, we do have 15 minutes before break, have anything else to discuss or ask of Dr. Brown?
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm open to everybody. If you want to just speak and say it, turn your mic on, it's fine with me.
I got my mic on. Can I speak?
Sure, I see why not.
It's me, Joyce. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine. The point I was trying to make, I agree. I double duty was phenomenal, and I agree with you. I don't think anybody would dispute the fact that he should be in a Hall of Fame. He should be inducted as a Hall of Famer. But our people, the criteria and rules are always different for us. And Hall of Famers are really supposed to be role models, people that set examples for us and that we can look up to. So that's why I made that point. And when I used to talk to, when I talked to double duty at the Hall of Fame when Dad was inducted and he was there, and we had a long conversation. And I mean, he was bitter. And I don't blame him for being bitter because he wasn't inducted, and kept getting overlooked. But when we talked and he told me some of the things that he said to the school children, I had to talk to him as a teacher and as a personal friend and a relative that there's certain, we have to be politically correct and tactful when we're teaching kids. So that's probably been something that's kept him from being one of the reasons he was not inducted. I'm sure there are plenty of others that, that they use, but I just wanted to make that point with you. I don't hear you.
Yeah, I agree too. I agree with you. Some things should have been carefully watched, but again, this man played exceptionally well on the field, exceptionally well. And if you've ever been with some of these sports writers at these major newspapers, which I have been on the road, you talking about womanizing and gambling and doing all kind of things of ill reproach. All you have to do is go to wait until after the baseball game. I've witnessed that from being a journalist, and I know what they're doing. In terms of double duty Radcliffe, this person was a phenomenal person. I think the reason why he is also not gotten in because the stats were not already available, and that just happened this last year. Well, now we have Negro League stats that are readily available, and it made no sense for not having anybody inducted into the Hall of Fame at all this year. Seemed to me. Seemingly, we should try to get at least one or two Negro League player in the Hall of Fame.
I agree.
That's only fair.
Mm-hmm.
That's only fair. They have been discriminated against for such a long time.
And that's a good segue into the next question that we have. How can we in the audience help in your efforts to push double duty for the whole?
Well, double duty and several other players that we can really point to. I'm speaking about double duty, of course. I think we writing articles, I think having conversations or symposiums like this in which we mention people like double duty. It's nice to talk about Buck Leonard, but Buck Leonard is already in the Hall of Fame. But what about Buck O'Neil? You can't talk about a better ambassador for baseball like Buck O'Neil. I mean, he is a magnificent gentleman, and certainly not double. He's certainly not double duty in terms of his when he speaks to people off the record, off the cuff at the time. But he was also a very good baseball player. So let's talk about getting Buck O'Neil and double duty Radcliffe and players like that into the Baseball Hall of Fame. We need more papers. We need more research. We need more books to really bring that exposure. That's why I'm on today and I want to certainly get Raymond involved when looking at double duty, because that was the one player that he did meet. I met I was a little older, but in the 5th grade, I met Lou Brock in the Cubs dugout, and that's why I'm a Cubs fan. So, you know, that's impressionable type things that happen in the beginning of your life. Any other questions?
And I think this is like a good segue into Larry's question. Other than double duty, what are your top choices for Negro League players to the Hall of Fame?
Well, like I said, Buck O'Neil. Buck O'Neil should be in. I have to really go through the list, and I don't really go through listing of who should or shouldn't. But I just know one person that should be in there, and that's Theodore Roosevelt Double Duty Radcliffe. I'm gonna say it over and over and over. He should be in the Hall of Fame. My second choice would be Buck O'Neil. Let's put them both in there at the same time. How's that? And then we can talk about other people.
That's great. And nobody asked me, but I would say Minnie Minoso belongs as well.
Minnie Minoso also. Sox, Chicago White Sox.
We have another question with that same theme from Larry McGill. I love to see a list from Eric Chalek of the best Negro Leaguers who are not yet in the Hall of Fame. I think we've listed at least 3 people here.
Well, there's a list out if you Google it. I don't think it's from the Negro League Museum, but there is a list of that has the people, the Negro League players that should be in the Hall of Fame. And you can Google that and find that out. And certainly double duty is on that list.
Okay. And Eric has put his list in the chat. He says Dick Lundy, Grant Johnson, Hurley McNair, Dobie Moore, and maybe Quincy Troop or his personal top 5.
Okay.
We also have a comment from Adam Korngold. I would like to talk to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and the Josh Gibson Foundation and SABR member Jason Schwartz about doing an art card campaign to elevate Buck O'Neil and Double Duty Radcliffe for the Baseball Hall of Fame. So lots of discussion in the chat about what we can do as a group to help get these unsung heroes into the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at a question. Finally, I can read it. I'm getting a little closer. Yeah, my son, that was a project that he worked on. Certainly, he is a second-year student at Morehouse College in Atlanta. More famous graduate was Dr. Martin Luther King. So he is working in just, going to school, and he's interested in sports journalism, of course. And I think what he's looking for in doing projects like this is to get an internship somewhere with somebody's going to hire him to do research like this. So that's open for discussion. If anybody has ideas for internships for a young member, I think it would behoove you to get that information to me.
Okay, and thank you so much for that. We have some more names in the chat. John Beckwith, Heavy Johnson. Larry also would like to add Alec Radcliffe belongs in the Hall of Fame as well.
Yeah, that's Double Duty's brother, who was the third baseman, and they were the first brother team to be in the Negro League East-West All-Star Classic.
Awesome. So I think we've gone through all the comments and the questions in the chat. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown, for this presentation on double duty and his contributions to not just Negro League baseball, but baseball as a whole. And I think you mentioned getting your contact information to Ms. Thompson. You can maybe send that directly to her in the chat, or maybe Leslie or Larry can facilitate exchanging that
Sure, I can
afterwards.
do that. All right.
And okay, I just wanted to take this time to thank Larry and Leslie for giving me the opportunity to moderate. It was a pleasure to be your moderator for this morning session. And as I told Leslie, this is very out of character for introverts. So I thank you for being patient and bearing with me today. And I'll turn it back over to Larry before we go parting words for our break.
All right. Thank you, Coach Freeman. You did a great job. Look forward to you at the in-person Birmingham Conference next year in 2022. Maybe you can take over some presentations and relieve me off the mound, so to say, when I run out of energy. So great job, as expected. We have a 30-minute break, and we will return at the top of the hour. In those 30 minutes, I will play an interview by Stephen Banker of Satchel Paige. Why Satchel Paige? Because this is the 50th anniversary of his induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame in 1971. He was the first Negro Leaguer to be inducted. I love Satchel Paige, but I think Rube Foster should have been first, but that's a political question that we cannot answer today. So enjoy the next 30 minutes, but you will really enjoy this interview with Satchel Paige. He is an outright comedian and a self-promoting, big ego, big personality, but you will definitely love this interview with Stephen Banker. So see you back at the top of the hour, and our new moderator will be Dr. Lisa Alexander from Wayne State University. So I'm signing off, and please listen while you have lunch. Thank you very much.
Things and the places where I go, it's like I just come out of Cooperstown about a week ago, and I was up there for the induction for some of the kids that's going in the Hall of Fame. And it feels good when you hear them say that, because you had a lot of men out there thought a lot of, like Bob Feller and Dizzy Dean and Lefty Grove and those people like that. And then I come along and they call me the best.
Working on it.
Leslie, I can fix this.
Okay.
Let me try it. You have to make me host.
You are a co-host. Is it? I didn't change anything. Is it not letting you share?
No. Let me I'm gonna try it again.
Steve, I can't tell you that. The only thing I can say about it is,
Yes, we can hear it.
And the places where I go, it's like I just come out of Cooperstown about a week ago, and I was up there for the induction for some of the kids that's going in the Hall of Fame. And it feels good when you hear them say that, because you had a lot of men out there thought a lot of, like Bob Feller and Dizzy Dean and Lefty Grove and those people like that. Then I come along and they call me the best pitcher. You know, you got to feel good over that. But for me to say I was the greatest pitcher, I couldn't tell you that.
You started playing in Negro ball way back.
Yeah, 1927. I started in Chattanooga, and I played there in 1927 and one part of 1928. And Birmingham bought me, and I went up with Birmingham. And I guess in the last 4 years after that, I guess I was sold about 5 times a different baseball club till I ended up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with the Crawfords. And we organized that club in 1932 there. And I had been going around a lot barnstoning before I even ever got into any league that we had. We had 4 or 5 colored leagues ourselves. We had the Southern League and the National League and the Eastern League. And I was playing down around New Orleans and Birmingham and those places like that in Atlanta before they even ever found out who I was, I guess.
Now, I heard a story that when you started off, you had the terrific speed, but it wasn't until later that you got the control.
Yes, see, a man never learns speed. You're born with speed, see, but you can get the control if you're wild when you come up. But we had a lot of players when I come up, never did gain control. They could throw the ball hard, way harder than I could, for as that concerned. But they couldn't gain control to be a pitcher, and we had to still keep them in outfield. And we had some catchers was like that. You know, you had third basemen like that. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know whether you know it or not, but we have some men in the infield can throw hard as pitchers, but we never could make no pitchers out of them for as that concerned. And that's the way it go. It go just like that. A pitcher, when it comes to be a pitcher, you'll find out a pitcher, he mostly can't do nothing but pitch. He can't hit good. And every once in a while
you got a few hits along the way.
Well, 50 years, Steve, I should have got something in 50 years. I played 50 years, you know, before I give up for that concern. I stayed out of baseball, you know, around 10 and 14 years and then go back in the majors. You know, I'm the only one ever been in there 4 times. That's out in the spirit of sometime 10 and 15 years of going back in the majors, I guess.
Bill Veeck told us about how you used to be something of a batting coach with Cleveland after one day you got 2 hits in one game.
Yeah, yes. I was in. I'll never forget that. It never happened but one time. That was in Washington. And everybody like to fell out. The people in the stand and everybody else, all the ball players, they wanted to give up. They say this is my lucky day, and I beat that game. I did. I was kind of proud of that, too, if you want me to tell you the truth.
Is it true that you would drive a nail into a plank with pitches from the pitcher's mound?
Well, I could hit them. I could knock a ball off a bat at the pitcher's mound. We set the bat up on home plate and put a ball on top of it, and I could out of 3 or 4 or 5 throws, I'd knock that ball off the bat. I could throw pretty straight. I'm not bragging or nothing like that, which a whole lot of people have seen me play, and there's few living yet to say I'm the oldest man on earth for that concern. But you're going to find out it's a whole lot of people when you go back home have seen me play, and they're still living, because I ain't been too long left from over there now for that concern. But it's such a thing as I practice all the time. I just practice control. Anything you practice, you begin to come good at it. I don't know, regardless of what it is, whether it's baseball or not. I think I got so good in baseball once, 3-2, the batter was in a hole, not me, because I could get the third pitch in there just as good as I wanted to.
And it would probably be a fastball because that was your pitch.
Yeah, well, here's what you're going to find out, too, again, when you start to talking about me after you leave here.
everybody, they say, if you tell me what he gonna throw, I can hit it. That's the biggest story ever been told. Because if you're looking for a fastball on your knees and I throw it at your belt as fast as I had one back in there, I tell you, I'm doing around 90-some miles an hour with that ball right there. I can tell you that right now. And that's pretty fast, you know, from that little short distance up there.
Now, how about the story that you used to write fastball on the bottom of your left shoe so that when you put the foot up and the pitch was going to come, the batter could see the word fastball?
Well, they had that going, but to tell you the truth,
that's
not true. That's not true. And I'm not going to tell you no stories because I'm going to have to meet up with a lot of people now where this is going to go at. I'm going to meet them. Don't worry about a thing. And it ain't like nobody can't speak English like I used to play over in Cuba, and I could say anything because it couldn't speak English, you know, and it got back over here. But over here, it's different. See, I got to tell the truth over here. When I tell you, but that's not true.
Satch, one of the things they say about you is that when you were traveling with your All-Stars, either you got good lodgings, good accommodations, or you didn't go. Now,
yes, that's right. Because see, we wasn't making much money, and my men had to play every day, and we wasn't eating the best on earth. You understand?
And you had problems, racial problems.
Yeah. Oh, we had too many racial problems. Racial problems so bad I don't want to even tell you about it, as far as that concerned. If we had money, we'd have to go in the back to eat out a paper sack or somewhere like that. But nevertheless, we overcome that, and it was rough. It was no maybe so. And when I would tell them I would come there, they'd have to find some place, you know, it wasn't staying in all hotels like you are now either.
Was this just the South or the North as well?
Well, some places in the North, too. It was a lot of them in the North, Washington and Baltimore and those places like that. It was just as bad as Mississippi or Georgia, any of those places down there for a colored man. It's no maybe so about it because I played baseball in both of them. I mean, all of them. And they'd have to give, most of the time, though, see, we had a lot of colored hotels. There wasn't no big ones like you have now, but we had a lot of colored hotels, and whoever would want us in that town, they would rent the best of the rooms for me and guarantee that they get the 2 meals a day and like that. Then I would come in there like that. But we got in bad several times like that, but not the most of the times we did not. We didn't get in trouble after they found out I wouldn't come down unless they had some good place to stay.
Did you find that all that traveling just made your body feel weak? Was it hard to play baseball after you travel all night in the bus?
If you want me to tell you the truth, we did it so much till it just come natural to us. We would ride sometime after we play like here tonight. We'd ride from here to St. Louis or from here to Chicago and play the next day. And I mean, we would beat the next day and not play the next day, and probably would always have would be a bologna sausage sandwich, a hot dog sandwich, or something like that, and a soda, and that was it. And stayed up all night, and then we'd play there. We might sleep 3 times out of a week, if you want me to tell you the truth. We don't travel in better than 1,500 or 1,600 miles. See, we carried the House of Davis too up in there. You don't remember, but the House of Davis, we used to carry them up there a lot, and we'd come out.
Bearded white fellows.
Yeah, with the long hair way down the back. You ain't got the kids ain't got no hair now. They should have saw House of Davis. House of Davis had some hair and
but they're good ball players.
Oh, tops. There wasn't no maybe so about that. Now they had some whiskers. They had whiskers down to their belts, and there's no maybe so about that because I got some pictures I could show you. And we used to go up in there, and we'd draw pretty good. And we'd come out sometime through Seattle and round like that and make the round. You know how you make the round back through, Victoria and all up in there and come on back down to Lewiston, Idaho, Billings, Montana. And we'd make the whole circle up in that way all the time up there. And that's the only time we would do good with night sleeping up in there.
Did you ever feel in trouble? I mean, physically threatened, in danger because of the sheriffs and so on?
No, not me. I come out from down there. See, I was down there, when I started playing ball, I was lucky enough to be good. I went to Chattanooga, and I got sold, just like I told you in front. And then I went east. I went around Chicago and New York, and I started playing out there and around Pittsburgh. And that was way back, and that helped out a lot about me being away from there, too, which is just like anybody say, if you're born down there, you know how to act, and there's no maybe so about that. And we did know how to act. A lot of them know how to act, but a lot of them got in trouble unnecessary, and there's a lot of them, they just forced in trouble down there, too, it's without a doubt.
Satch, Negro baseball really can be divided, I think, into two parts. On the one hand, the organized ball, the Negro American League, the Negro National League, the Eastern Colored League, and so on. On the other hand, barnstorming. Now, you did plenty of both. Which did you prefer?
Barnstorming. I really did, because we had a lot of fun back in that. Back when we used barnstorming, everybody got a chance to see us. That's one thing, and we had a lot of fun. But now it's no fun, and it's a business. Baseball is a business now, and I talk to the kids all the time, and they don't get no fun out of baseball. Well, we did. So
what did you do? What was fun?
Well, we could had a chance to go rifle shooting out around North Dakota, and we could play cards as long as we wanted to, and we could play softball. We could do pretty near anything we wanted to do when we was barnstorming. We could go and swim, but they can't do that now. Which they're paying them all that money. They're paying them that money now, and they got to do just what they say do now. Instead of them getting up the next morning to look at the sports sheet, they're looking at the Wall Street Journal, see, because they got a lot of stock. They get make so much money. So we never did make up that much money, but we loved baseball back in the day. Let me cut it short. We loved it. Now it's a money game. Let's face it, it's a money game now.
Well, you told me that barnstorming is more fun. I thought you were going to talk about what they used to call clowning or funning, what the Indianapolis clowns used to do, and what you did a little bit.
Well, the Indianapolis clown, we had a club to do that. All right, the House of Davis would play Pepper, and then the clowns, they had a show, and a #1 show with Goose Tatum leading off here in King Tut. And we just had that show in the House of Davis. Then I would get with the House of Davis a lot of time and play Pepper. I don't know if you've seen them play that or not, but they can.
How does it look?
Well, it's really fun. You never will keep up with the ball, as far as that concerned. There's 3 men get in a row, and you can't keep up with the ball. It's all between the legs, over the head, and everywhere else there. We're going to come back with that a little bit. You know, a lot of things we did back when we first come in, the big league said we was clowning, but I see they did a lot of things that we did back then. And when Bill Vick come in with the firecrackers and things, they couldn't see no sense in it when he's giving away orchids and everything. Now everybody's copying off him with the school board and everything else. You understand me? It's just a time for them to do that, which they didn't know no better.
When you would call in the outfield, say, I will play only with an infield. That was a form of clowning, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I'll give you that. Well, we was drawing too, because if I got by with that, they would send to the next count, which I did get by with it every time, but I'd catch my man up there, catch my right-hand man. And you catch a right-hand man up there, and when my infield come in and start to talking to me, and I'd still be pitching to the batter and strike him out, well, see, that'll get to the next town the next day. See, all our towns about 200 and 300 miles, and then we'd have bigger crowds, and that got all over. Hell, when I go somewhere, I'd have to do that. And hell, we started drawing like the devil out there, like that then. Out there, and that was really did. I used to do that. The outfielders come in, too. Now, for the right-hand man up, I'd put my center fielder, my left fielder, and my shortstop, and my third baseman. They would come around the mountain and talk to me while I'd be pitching.
Satch, we heard a lot about the lighting system that the Monarchs used. Were you involved?
With the poles?
Yeah.
Yeah, we the first one invented that. We had those big engines like you see that pump water, and we had 4 big trucks, and we had our own lights, and we started those dynamos, and I guess these lights was about no more than 15 feet or 16 feet up. But you could see an infield. Well, the ball was hitting outfield, shame on you. You couldn't see nobody. And why the people would come, to see that, but the infield was lit up good. We never could get an outfield, the lights high enough. We couldn't get a pole high enough. If it did, we couldn't carry it down the street. We didn't know about no joining pole back in that day. So the kids, sometime he'd hit the ball up, and you hear him say, I got it. They had 2 balls in their pocket. And when you know anything, see, he had the ball in his hand, but he don't know where that other ball don't fell out there. And you never would see it. And we used to get a good kick out of that. We really got a kick out of that. And we was the only one, we started that.
How did you get your nickname, Satchel?
I got my nickname through when I was a kid. I used to be down to the Mobile Bears baseball park, and I'd get all the foul balls and things and throw them back in, and the the bursted balls and broke bats that give them to me. And when I'd come up to the school to play, I'd have all the tools to play with. And if they didn't let me play where I wanted to play, I'd take my things and go home and started calling me Satchel. That's how I got that name.
When you went barnstorming, we know you had advance men and you sent out placards and all that. But after you got there and you wanted to increase the crowd, what did you do?
Well, the crowd was already there. We had our placards, and it would be in the papers, just like they do now in the big league. It was the same thing. And they had
parades at all?
Well, sometime that was that was back. We used to have a parade back. It was a thing like what you haul hay on, and we had a band on it, and the baseball players. That's just before the park.
What was that like? That must have been fun.
It was fun, and we'd put on our uniforms, and we'd go all around through town with that band playing Dixieland and blah, 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 like that. And that would draw the people's attention for the night, and they had a big sign telling us where we were going to play, and I was going to pitch that night. And we used to have big crowds like that. And I had a hell of an all-star ball club, too. That's the next thing. Didn't nobody beat us. We could do anything we wanted to do. Because there were so many of us, just like I told you.
You make it sound like it was really fun days.
Oh, yeah, well, it was, but you had to know what you was doing now. I had to have something on that ball because I didn't know the people, a lot of them I was playing against, and I just felt like I could do it, and I did do it. I could pass them up with the fastball.
You could challenge any batter.
I could throw pretty hard, and that's like I told you, after I found out I could throw hard is when I got in the big league in 1948. I don't quit playing baseball.
You're the oldest rookie
ever played baseball.
Now, you won't tell us how old you were, but the official records say 42 in 1948. And
well, that's right. That's when I got in the league. Okay.
But a lot of people think that you're maybe a little bit longer in the tooth than that.
Well, they can't catch up with it. There's as many sport writers as you have in the United States. Now, I don't see, I laugh sometimes. I have to laugh. See, it's just like you here now. Okay, now you looking at me, and you wondering how come somebody don't get my age or can't get my age, and I do too. Now, of all the sport writers, and we got some old sport writers left yet, you know. And when I went to Cooperstown the other day, we had better than 2,000 or 3,000 of them up there, and they're all asking the same thing you're asking about that age business.
Well, I don't
and they're way older than you. They're way older than you, and they haven't got it yet, and they've been around it 15 or 20 years, and they ain't got it, and I'd expect for you to get it.
Well, let's take it off the top. You were 42 years old in 1948 when you played with the Cleveland Indians, and you're the oldest rookie ever, and you're also one of the best. Now, what happened that year?
Oh, that year? Oh, I had a little luck in there then. I started off relieving, and I saved 8 games relieving.
And you won 6.
Yeah.
Lost 1.
That's right. But yeah, how I started in Chicago there. We was up there.
One other statistic, your first 3 starts, you drew over 200,000 paid customers.
Well, now you telling me something. You see, that's what I tell you. We love baseball, and I was just pitching. I didn't want nothing like the kid doing now, how many I drew or something like that. I was just pitching out there.
Satch, after it's at least 50 years, probably more, a lot more since you started playing baseball. But now, when you think back on your career that's more than half a century, is there any one game that comes up to mind? Any top game?
Yeah, that was in Cleveland. When they was debating on who was going to start for Cleveland, we was coming back down to Chicago, and we had ran out of pitchers, and they wanted to know who to start. And but we had the same man I went up to Cooperstown for just now, Warren Spawn. He had come close to beating us in Boston, and they picked me because I wasn't even thinking about him because I hadn't started a game in 15 years. And when they asked me what I think about it and how far could I go, when Boudreaux asked me that, I told him I don't know. He said, "You think you could go 5?" I said, "I goes 5 every day." He said, "Well, you think you could go 7?" I said, "I go 7 sometime." He said, "Well, hell, you can pitch 9." I said, "Well, I don't know that, but I say I'm going at it." And I say the way I'm going at it, I might give away, but I say because I'm going at it for all I'm worth. He said, "That's all I want to hear you say." He said, "You pitching today," and that was one of my man ones right there. Then I had been relieving, and so they toss it up and say, well, says, I tell you what we do is Satchel ain't started in the last 20 years. He said, we'll start Satchel with Bob Feller and Bob Lemons in the bullpen. And okay, that's the way they did it. They got to Chicago. Well, they put it out in Chicago. I was going to start. Man, you couldn't get in 8 blocks of that baseball park for people. The park was full and it was still in the street.
Black and white book.
Yes, sir. They didn't pay it no mind that time. It was all out there. It was rubbing elbows together trying to get in that stadium out there. But you couldn't get no more. And that's they never found out yet that how many people they had there. And so I started the game. And when I started, Bob Feller and Bob Lemons, they went to the bullpen, and they still down there yet. I finished that game. I shut Chicago out. Chicago come home, and I pitched again and shut them out again. And I went to Boston. I went to Washington. Went to the 7th inning before they made a run of them. I like to had 36 scoreless innings in a row that year.
In the major leagues in your 40s.
That's right. I was in my 40s. And when I shut that club out, you know, it's a wonderful thing to think about some of those things that you said, and that was my best one.
Well, what kind of racial abuse did you get when you were with Cleveland? Did people ever yell any nasty race stuff at you?
Well, one or two, the baseball clubs did it, not the people in the fan. I heard a couple of cracks from the baseball clubs. And
what did they say?
They said nigger. That's like that. Yeah, but I has to try to get my goat. I don't much blame them. I know it was all about it. There's some people I really know, too. I wouldn't call their name for nothing in the world. Because they're too big a men, and they're still living, too, right now. And you know them, too. You know them well, too, and you wouldn't think they said it. But they're trying to say anything to get my goat to keep me from beating them. See, because I didn't drop it one game there, you know. That first year I got in there. And that was kind of hard for a stranger to come in there and strike out the men like I was striking out in there, you know. Understand me? That's pretty rough to take. So they'd say anything. They didn't care what they say. For that concern, they could have got me roused up, you know, where I'd walk somebody, I had to come out. That's what they were trying to do.
Satchel, are you bitter about the fact that you didn't play in the major leagues at the time that you were at your peak?
Well, some parts. I won't say the majors. Where I was hurt the most at is when I went to Cleveland and won the thing for Cleveland, and they wouldn't pitch me. They wouldn't start me. Now, I was a little peeved there. Me and my wife was, too, because everybody and the whole world was, too, but they had never said anything about it. But they couldn't help from being, not when I had won the whole thing for them, and they pitched everybody on the ball club but me. And I was top man in baseball, period, that year. Top pitcher. And why they didn't pitch me, I don't know. But I had some ideas.
What's your idea?
Well, they had other pitchers there had been going good, and then I was colored too. That went against me. And it was a World Series, and all the rest of the kids wanted to pitch in the World Series, whether they was good pitchers or not. And so that's how it was. I have a right to be bitter because after they found out I could play after I had stayed out of baseball 15 or 14 years. I was still cheated out of 15 or 16 years by turning me loose in baseball. I don't know whether it was because of my age or what it was, but I know they did turn me loose. But yeah, what I can tell you, I was pitching #1 baseball. Because after that, when the A's got me to pitch against Boston, and Boston was the hittingest ball club in the league, wasn't but one ball hit out of the infield in four innings, and that was the world champion baseball hitting club that year. So I had to be good then when they put all left-handers on me, too, in the front for the first time. They was going to clap me good if I hadn't had something on the ball. So I tell you, it's a long story about me was in that league there, and how I got out and why they put me out. I don't know. There's some things that's wrong about me in the books, but it's not too much wrong. The most is wrong with the kick around a little bit, and you know that's my age for that concern.
Do you know what your age is?
Sure. But if I take it away now here what got it stirred up with you now. See, they had This Is Your Life, and that's the first time they knowed I was married, and they even had any kids for me the whole time I was in baseball, if you want me to tell you the truth. They didn't know what was going on with me.
I meant to ask you a minute ago. What was really the difference between black baseball and white baseball? Did they play the game exactly the same? You played in the major leagues.
No, we played it very different. We played when they could get a run to get a run. They played for a lot. They played for a lot of runs, and that's the reason they never did beat us when they was barnstorming. See, they would wait for a big inning, everybody hitting, but they didn't figure. To tell you the truth, they never did figure we could really play ball until Jackie Robinson went in. Then they found out we could play.
Was he a good choice for number one?
Yes, he was, because I'll tell you why, too. But it was who the big league wanted. See, they picked Jackie, and Jackie was on the bench with us. He's with the Monarchs. Jackie was on the bench with the Monarchs when the big league...
He couldn't make the first team?
No, sirree, bar. Now, you can get some letters from me if I'm wrong. Could make the first club, could make the Monarchs.
Well, Newt Allen said that he couldn't make the shortstop because he couldn't make the long throw.
All right, what else could he make? Tell me this.
Second base.
Who he going to beat? He couldn't beat Newt Allen playing second. Newt Allen just told you that. There wasn't nowhere in the world for him to beat Newt Allen playing second. And he couldn't take Jesse Williams' place in shortstop. And he couldn't take Sewell's place on third. Let's face it. Couldn't take George Yard's place on first. Let's face it. If I'm telling you wrong, you get some letters. I get some letters for it. No, he's on the bench. And a lot of people hate to hear it, but that shows you how great a ball club we had. And when you ask me, could we play any club? Sure, we could play club. We had a lot of men good as Jackie wasn't playing on the bench. Now, way back in that day, see, I was a top man in America. When I say in America, I mean both clubs. That's white and colored for pitching. And they couldn't have used me because I had done played against all the all-star clubs in Los Angeles, and they couldn't have booted me around like they did Jackie, with those things. Cause I don't know if I could have took that or not. I can tell you now, I wouldn't have took it because I'd have felt like I was bigger than that. I didn't have to take that, to stay up there. But see, he did it and made the record, and I don't know, before Jackie died, he looked like he was my grandpa, so that he got it going all right enough, nice, but it made him suffer a lot. He never did get over it.
How many no-hit games do you figure you were?
I wish I could think about them, think how many it was, because I know I pitched quite a few. But it's just like I told you, I wasn't a man that never thought about the baseball I was playing. I just likes to play. And sometimes, hell, you'd ask me what the score was 20 minutes. After I pitched, I know I had done one, but I know it was 2-1 or 1-0 for that concern, because I was through with it for the next day.
How good were the Negro Leagues compared to the major leagues?
Tops. They was tops. We could take any club that we had in our league and play any one of the major leagues.
Any club in the Negro Leagues could play any club? The worst in the Negro Leagues could play the best in the major leagues?
Yes, sir. We had a lot of colored baseball players. Now I'm going to show you, give you a little instant on this. All right, you're letting us in with baseball. You're letting us in with baseball. You let us in with basketball. You let us in with football. So we had a lot of them. And don't you let nobody fool you. We had a lot of baseball players, top men. I wasn't only Satchel back there. We had a lot of Satchels, but I just lasted longer than the rest of them. We had a lot of Satchel Pages back there. We had a lot of hell of a nice ball club. The Homestead Grays and Pittsburgh Crawfords, Birmingham, those clubs, the Yankees would have had hell beating them, if you want me to tell you the truth. Just dry along, no add nothing with them. Just take the club. And you can see now the Alpha Leagues we have some tough ones. We have a lot of them, top superstars.
Do the black players in the major leagues today owe anything to you and the other players in the Negro Leagues?
Well, I don't know if they would go at it like that, but they should think about it, but I don't know whether they got them up so tight in the American League or the National League. When they get up, they never do say how they come up in baseball and who was their manager. I've never heard that yet. I was the only one to ever say that for us, that concern. But I come up to make it pretty nice for the colored race in baseball. Because when I come in, they wasn't playing in no white parks at all when I come in. And I was the cause of them playing in all white parks, and I was the cause of them barnstorming up until like they got up to it now and getting better salaries and everything. And I'm talking about me, myself, because I had been out there pitching top baseball. I can't tell you how I pitched it, why I pitched it for a long time out there. And I got where they I had to take care of the whole league out there, let alone one club. I had to go here and pitch there and pitch, and I did that for 10 or 15 years in baseball out there.
You pitched double headers?
Yeah, I pitched double headers, and I pitched in high as 3 games. We had twilight games, too. We had a morning game and an evening game and a night game, and I pitched in all of them. I pitched in high as 164 ball games in a row. And so I don't know whether they think they owe me anything or not, but from the way I'm telling you, you can figure that out for yourself.
All right. I'm back. That was the incredible Satchel Paige. If you want me to tell you to, hello?
You're still sharing your sound, Larry.
I'm still sharing. Okay. How is that?
You're good.
I had to stop sharing. I'm selfish. But if you want me to tell you the truth, most of Satchel Paige's true stories were true. Ain't no maybe so about it. So I love that interview with Stephen Baker. It really shows the essence of a great storyteller and a great ball player, Satchel Leroy Satchel Paige. We're at the top of the hour, and our next moderator is Dr. Lisa Alexander. Lisa's recently became full professor of African American Studies at Wayne State University in Detroit. She's also the author of When Baseball Wasn't White, Straight and Male, the Media and Difference in the National Pastime. And she also analyzes issues of race, class, gender, and sexual identity in popular culture. And her work has appeared in the Journal of Baseball and in Baseball, a journal of the Negro Leagues. And more importantly, she has been a regular attendee and presenter at many of the Jerry Malloy conferences. An outstanding individual. She has that mega smile that keeps everybody engaged. And I'm looking forward to her taking over the program and introducing our next speaker. In the process, maybe she will tell us a little bit about what she is working on going forward. Lisa, you have control.
All right, thank you for that lovely introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's having a good day and enjoying all of these great discussions about Black baseball. I will do the plug. So next month, I have a book coming out on the television show Homicide: Life on the Street. Baseball is only mentioned very briefly because there's a shout out to the Baltimore Orioles, but unfortunately that's about all there is about baseball in that particular book, but that's all right. So we have four wonderful four wonderful presentations this afternoon. As usual, please put your questions in the comments. I will be monitoring that, and we will do a Q&A after everyone has finished. Our leadoff hitter is William J. Bill Plott, who has been a member of SABR since 1971 and a member of the Negro Leagues Committee since its inception. He has published 2 books with McFarland on the Negro Leagues, the first Negro Southern League, A Baseball History 1920 to 1951, and Black Baseball's Last Team Standing, the Birmingham Black Barons 1919 to 1962. Today, he will be providing anecdotal highlights of Black Barons history. Mr. Plott, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I coming through okay? Okay, good.
Yes, you are.
When I first got interested in researching the Black Barons and the history of the team, all I ever heard anybody say was Piper Davis, Willie Mays, and occasionally Satchel Paige, but that was pretty much it. And some 20 years or so into the project, I decided there was a heck of a lot more about the Black Barons than just those 3 great ball players. And I knew that I had discovered in the 20s and 30s a lot of outstanding ball players, a lot of exciting games and other things that people didn't know much about anymore. And then when Larry Lester asked me to compile an all-time Black Barons team, I found that I wound up with a 20-player team, and almost half of them came from prior to World War II, which is not to take anything away from those great 40s teams that played in the World Series. But what I would like to do today is share some information or some anecdotes on some of the players that I discovered or rediscovered, as the case may be, and hopefully you'll find it of some interest. The first one is an infielder named Buford Geechee Meredith. He played from 1920 to 1931 when he was killed in a mining accident in early 1932, and that ended his career. I do not know where Meredith picked up his nickname. A good guess would be that he came to Birmingham out of the Geechee Culture Islands of South Carolina and Georgia, or perhaps he had an accent that reminded people of that culture. I never was able to determine that, and I tried a lot of Ancestry.com and that sort of thing with his name in Georgia and South Carolina, and I never could find any connections. But regardless, he was a fixture with the Black Barons from the formative year of 1919 until his death. He was so much of a fixture that one year, his listing in the Polk City Directory, his occupation was given as ball player. A very unusual situation, because any other Black Baron who was in the city directory, like Frank Perdue, was listed as a laborer, or Elijah Duran was listed as a miner. Their day jobs is what they were listed as. Geechee played second base and shortstop primarily, handling whichever side of the keystone he was needed on. He was a decent hitter and an excellent fielder. After a game in 1920 against the league-leading Montgomery Gray Sox, a Birmingham sports writer wrote this, quote, "Shortstop Geecher played a nifty game for the local team. He fielded in faultless style, and if there's a better shortstop in the league than the brilliant Geecher, he hasn't shown up at Rickwood this season," unquote. And that Geecher was one of the variations of spelling and pronunciation on his nickname. Meredith extended his reputation that weekend in the final game of the series, making, quote, 2 circus catches in the last half of the ninth, unquote. With potential tying run on second, a Montgomery batter hit a short Texas leaguer into left center field, and, quote, Geechee ran back, turned a pair of somersaults, and came up with the ball in his glove. He repeated the gymnastics when Patton hit a similar ball, unquote. I don't know how much is hyperbole there, but obviously the white sports writer was impressed with the fielding of Geechee Meredith. He was a fixture in Birmingham Black Barons baseball for more than a dozen years. He had one year in which he was split some time with Memphis and Nashville, but the rest of the time he was with Black Barons. He was electrocuted in a mining accident in 1932 at Surreyton Mine in Birmingham. He was 31 years old. His wife, Lily Mae Browder Meredith, and several children survived him. In spite of being arguably the best known and most popular Black Baron of that era, I never saw a photograph of him anywhere, not in any of the published books or in the archives at the Birmingham Public Library, not anywhere. Well, one night I was doing one of these endless searches of Ancestry.com and newspapers.com, hoping to find some obscure facts that had eluded me before. Suddenly I hit an obituary for a Buford Meredith in Kent, Ohio. This man, according to the obituary, was born in Birmingham in 1921, the son of Buford and Lily Mae Browder Meredith. Now I was into a serious search for some leads among survivors. After several dead ends, I latched on to Derek Maffitt in Clarksville, Tennessee. He was the great grandson of Buford Meredith, Geechee Meredith, as I got it when we traced it back that far. He said he had a photograph of his great-grandfather and another ball player in his office. He sent me a scan of it, and with Larry Lester's help, we were able to determine that the other ball player was Saul Davis. So that, as far as I know, that remains the only picture of Meredith in uniform. I was thrilled to have the picture for the book, and I was also thrilled to know that I had helped his family put together some history of his career, which they knew he had played, but knew nothing much about his career. And that was one of the things I was most appreciative of. He played 11 years with the Black Barons. By my calculations, 517 games. These are games that I documented, and had a batting average of 262 for his career. The next player that I would like to mention it comes up into the 50s. We're leaping over decades here. His name was Billy Joe Moore. He played first base for Birmingham in 1956. Moore is an enigma. He flirted with the Negro American League batting championship the entire season, finally overtaking John Kennedy of Kansas City for the title. The final published figures gave Moore a batting average of 373. Kennedy's was 356. After that sensational season, Moore vanished from black baseball. He does not show up in any of the spring training or regular season newspaper stories in 1957, nor does he appear on any of the rosters of the Negro American League teams, nor did Birmingham sports writer Marcel Hobson, a dedicated team booster, even mention him in his spring training, his preseason stuff. The man had just vanished. Now, there is some information on the route he took to get to Birmingham. I was able to determine that Moore was born May the 28th, 1930 in Clinton, Oklahoma. In 1948, he was sentenced to 15 years in the Oklahoma State Penitentiary on a burglary charge. While he was incarcerated, sort of like Alabama Pitts, if any of you remember that figure from the 1930s, he became an outstanding prison athlete in several sports. In 1952, he was credited with a 390 batting average and 46 home runs on the prison team. And the next year, he was credited with a 389 average and 20 home runs. Well, this athlete came to the attention of New York Yankee scouts Joe McDermott and Tom Greenway, the man who discovered Mickey Mantle. The Yankees were able to secure a 60-day leave for Moore to join the Class C Grand Forks, North Dakota club in the Northern League, salary of $250 a month. If he made good with the club, stayed out of trouble, he would remain on parole until his scheduled release date of May the 25th, 1955. He must have kept a clean record because he turns up in Birmingham the following year. Yet there's another problem here. The Grand Forks connection is not even verifiable. He does not appear on the 1955 roster of the Grand Forks team or in the final stats for the team. According to the U.S. Social Security Death Index and U.S. Find a Grave Index, Billy J. Moore died in Atoka, Oklahoma in 2006. However, the obituary in the local newspaper is for a 76-year-old white attorney who was born in Telephone, Texas, also on May the 28th, 1930. Billy Joe Moore, the baseball player, remains a mystery. Did he backslide and wind up back in prison? Did he die during the off season? I've spent a lot of hours trying to nail that down, and it's a total blank to me. But he's a fascinating character, and he won the batting championship. Next is another Moore. Excuse me a second, I get organized. Another Moore. This one is the Reverend Dwight Gatemouth Moore. And he was not a player, he was a team official. In 1954, during the off-season, two of the storied black baseball teams were turned over to white ownership. The Kansas City Monarchs were purchased by white businessman Tom Baird, and in Birmingham, Sue Bridgeforth sold the Black Barons to two local white businessmen. Understandably, fans were not pleased. In an effort to offset the unhappiness in the African-American community, the white owners announced the hiring of Reverend Dwight Gatemouth Moore as vice president. Moore was a well-known evangelist, gospel singer, and radio announcer. He was a high-profile choice in the community. He had been a successful blues singer. He had a couple of hits. Baby, I Ain't Mad at You was one, and Did You Ever Love a Woman was another. But his secular career ended when he had a bandstand conversion at Chicago's Club de Lisa in 1948. He gave up secular music and turned to gospel. One night, like an event like that might have been expected a few years earlier with this man, because on the night of April the 23rd, 1940, in Natchez, Mississippi, the Rhythm Club caught on fire, and 292 people were killed. They were party goers from a Black organization called the Money Waster Social Club. Among the victims were band leader Walker Barnes and members of his band, the Royal Creolians. Moore was one of 3 band members who was said to have survived the fire. Quote, "The only reason I survived was because I was outside in the bus with a girl," unquote, Moore said later in an interview. Curiously, a contemporary account of the fire does not support the widely quoted story. The Call, Kansas City's Black newspaper, had extensive coverage of the tragedy, including a front page sidebar on the band. And according to that article, the fatalities included Walter Barnes and 9 other musicians. There were said to have been 5 band members who survived. However, none of the survivors were named Moore. Of course, there could have been a subsequent update of casualties and survivors, but I did not run across it if it was published in the Call. But nevertheless, the hiring of the flamboyant Moore was praised in Birmingham. Sports writer Steeplejack Taylor said, "This is a very fine gesture. For years, we have advocated home rule for our baseball club." Moore was given complete control of the Black Barons, and Marion Jackson of the Scott Newspaper Syndicate said, "This profit-style baseball magnate may become the new Barnum of baseball," unquote. The Reverend Mr. Moore, like blues singer Clarence Gatemouth Brown, got his nickname from a voice that served him well as a musician before he got the call to the ministry. When he assumed his role as frontman for the Black Barons, he was already well known in the community as a minister and as a disc jockey. He was a native of Topeka, Kansas. He had started singing in church, but by the time he was 16, he had left home to tour the country with the great Ma Rainey. He rode around Birmingham in a fire engine red Cadillac, and his ministry, notwithstanding, was known for a flamboyant lifestyle. It was small wonder that Marion Jackson envisioned a, quote, Bible, blues, and baseball, unquote, phenomenon in Birmingham. And there were some signs that it might happen. The first signing by the new ownership was a new manager. They hired Homer Goose Curry, whose career had spanned 4 decades. Another promotion that he came up with was Moore's Knot Hole Gang, an effort patterned on the Birmingham Barons and other white clubs to get kids out to the ballpark. It was opened up to children up to 16 years of age, and the groups were to be provided with other activities such as picnics, hikes, free movies, and things like that. Reportedly, that Moore had managed to have 1,000 kids sign up for this program. In the middle of the season, when the team returned from a road trip to Birmingham on July the 17th, they had a doubleheader scheduled with the Detroit Stars, and Gatemouth announced that there would be additional attractions for the weekend, such as acrobats and a beauty pageant. He brought in the Flying Nesbits, a noted Black acrobatic team that did a lot of entertaining and barnstorming in those days. The patriarch of the family, Russell Nesbit, had received some notoriety by hand walking down 47 flights of the Washington Monument stairs before security guards stopped him. So they were there for this weekend. And there was also the crowning of Miss Black Baron from a group of the most beautiful girls in the Birmingham district. The winner was to receive an all-expense paid trip to the East-West game in Chicago. Well, powered by an early home run by John Williams, the Black Barons won the first game 8-3 before a crowd of 5,000 people. Detroit won the nightcap 8-1. It was called in the 5th inning because of darkness, and this was being a Sunday game. Birmingham had an ordinance against playing past a certain time period in the evening. Catherine Peterson was named Miss Black Baron and presumably got the free trip to Chicago. But a week later, in a move as dramatic as his arrival on the baseball scene, Gatemouth Moore resigned. His departure was said to be because his religious activities took up all of his time and he was not able to properly look after the financial aspects of the team. His departure was lamented by the black sports writers. In the Mirror, it was said, "This now leaves the Black Barons owned and operated by whites with no Negro serving in official capacity." The Reverend Moore, during his tenure in office, had built up quite a following and revised the old slogan, "Boost your Black Barons." No team in the Negro American League has been able to lure the crowd to their home games like the people who poured into Rickwood, the writer said. Next, I dropped back into the 20s again with the Juran brothers. That's spelled J-U-R-A-N, Juran. Excuse me 1 second. These were two pictures, Ely and Johnny, and they represent another fascinating search for proper identification of black baseball players in that time period. They were with the team from 1921 to 24. Elijah, a left-hander, was commonly called Ely. It was spelled E-L-I like Eli, but it was pronounced Ely according to something I read somewhere. He also went by nicknames of Lefty and Eagle. You can see the Eagle and Ely would have a commonality there. His brother Johnny, a right-hander, was nicknamed Bubba and Buck. So you could understand how newspaper reports might confuse the two players, perhaps assuming that Ely pitched in the game when it was actually Johnny that day. If only it were that simple. Reporters could not even get the last name correct often. Over the 4 seasons, the brothers were often identified as Durand, D-U-R-A-N-D, with an assortment of initials going with that. They were also identified as Durant, D-U-R-A-N-T, an assortment of initials and names going with that name. And then, of course, Duran also with an assortment of names. It was not until I stumbled across a 1959 article in the Birmingham World that some clarity came to the situation. The unbylined piece was headlined, "Remember Famous Duran Brothers of Black Baron Fame." And that article shed some light on their pitching arms, who was lefty, who was righty, and the later whereabouts of these guys. Ely had died in Buffalo, New York in 1955. Johnny was still living in Birmingham in the Pratt City neighborhood. Knowing the nicknames and knowing who was a lefty and who was a righty made it possible to go back into box scores and line scores from games in the 20s and determine who actually played in some of the games that were reported in the newspaper. But there were also other games in which I could still not determine anything. What I found at the end was that in games I could document, Ely had a 1-7 record over the 4 years. Johnny had a 4-11 record. Those were not necessarily great Birmingham teams at that time. And there were at least 8 games in which I could not determine, even with that information, who had actually pitched in the game. The next I will share another pair of names with you and some equally confusing information. This was the Poindexters. If you think newspapers had trouble with Buford Meredith and with the Duran brothers, think what it was like in the 1920s when Birmingham had 2 players with the unusual name of Poindexter. Poindexter Williams was a veteran ball player whose Birmingham career spanned off and on the years 1923 to 1935. He later became a notable umpire in black baseball. Williams was primarily a catcher, but also filled in at other positions and served as manager several times. He was an aggressive base runner and resulted in multiple injuries. He had broken legs in both 1923 and 1928 in base running incidents. He caught 3 Birmingham no-hitters, one of them by the other Poindexter. The other Poindexter was Robert Poindexter, who was on the mound for Birmingham from 1924 to 1928. He also played 2 seasons with the Chicago American Giants and 1 with the Memphis Red Sox. BaseballReference.com has him in Chicago in 1926, pitching in a dozen games. But I also determined that he was with Birmingham in the Negro Southern League part of that year, appearing in at least 13 games. According to Baseball Reference, he has an overall career record of 35 and 50. My compilations, which would include Negro National League and Negro Southern League, he was 34 and 38 with Birmingham over a 5-year period. Robert Poindexter threw 2 no-hitters. With Poindexter Williams as his catcher, he beat Chicago 6-0 in 1925. 1927, he beat the American Giants again by the same score. Bill Perkins was the catcher in that game. The 2 no-hitters were among the highlights of a brief and troubled career for Robert Poindexter. He had a bad drinking problem, and that resulted in an arrest in 1929. The right-hander was reportedly drunk when he shot Memphis teammate J.C. McCaskill. McCaskill subsequently lost both legs, which ended his career. Poindexter's career deteriorated after the incident. Out of mainstream ball, he played briefly with the independent Gilkerson's Union Giants. He was despondent over his off-the-field troubles. He attempted suicide. The effort failed, but his career was over. A little over a year later, Robert Poindexter was dead. He was stabbed to death in an altercation in Washington, D.C., where he was living and playing sandlot ball. He was just 32 years old. Still in the 20s, I will share some information on Forrest Wing Maddox. Forrest Maddox was born in Atlanta in 1898. And although he lost part of his left arm in a childhood accident, he became a baseball player, enjoying remarkable success some 2 decades before Pete Gray made his famous debut with the major leagues in World War II. Maddox was playing baseball with Atlanta teams as early as 1919. In 1920, a doubleheader was scheduled in Birmingham. He was to be one of the starting pitchers. And a writer said, Wing, the one-armed wonder, uses no glove and has much speed and control as any of his teammates. It will be worth the price of admission to see this marvelous work. Apparently, though, the games were rained out and he did not appear in a Birmingham uniform that year. He was in the Negro Southern League. He started the season with Atlanta, pitching the team's 2nd game of the season. A week later, he pitched again, shutting out Knoxville 1-0. But by late May, he was with Knoxville, joining John Steele-Arm Dickey, who was the premier pitcher in the Negro Southern League that year. Maddox ended the year with a record of at least 5-3 for Knoxville, and plus he had a couple of wins with Atlanta. Pete Clegg, who played 1 year in the Negro National League and was a longtime ball player and athletic director in Knoxville, recalled playing with Maddox in an interview. He said, quote, he would catch a fly ball, throw it up a foot or 2 in the air and sling his glove ball, then catch the ball again as it came back down and throw it back into the infield. He had an awfully strong arm. I've seen him cut down a lot of runners at home, unquote. And I did run across a couple of games in which he was credited with throwing out runners at home plate from the outfield. Maddox died of tuberculosis in 1929. He was 30 years old. And according to the Georgia death certificate, he was a professor at Morehouse College at the time of his death. We'll switch from there to conclude with a game that I found of some interest. This game was played in 1946. Many years ago, when the late Ray Nemick, many of you know Ray from his SABR work through the years, became my first mentor in baseball research. And Ray professed his fondness for the minor leagues, noting that any achievement in the major leagues had probably been topped by one of the minor leagues. In late May 1946, the Black Barons came up with one of those toppers, that is, assuming the Black Barons at that time have not been declared major league, which we're enjoying now. Birmingham was in the thick of the Negro American League pennant race that year. They had played a 6-game series with Memphis in May. 3 of the games were at Rickwood Field and the others at neutral sites in Montgomery, Atlanta, and Gadsden, Alabama. The Gadsden game was marked by an abundance of extra base hits, 2 triples, 6 doubles, 6 home runs. Trailing by 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th, Birmingham rallied to tie the score at 13-all. The Black Barons, though, did not get a chance to win the game. 6 home runs and numerous foul balls that were not returned resulted in the umpires running out of baseballs. The game was called a 13-13 tie. I dare say no major league game has ever been called on account of no baseballs. And with that, I wind up sharing some of these little anecdotes about the Black Barons that I hope perhaps you found of interest, and I'll be glad to answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you for that. Gatemouth is one of my favorite nicknames because Clarence Gatemouth Brown, as you mentioned, has one of my favorite songs, Better Off with the Blues. Definitely Google that, is a quite humorous blues tune. And I also have never heard of a game called for a lack of baseballs. So that's also quite interesting. All right. Next up is Stephen W. Dittmore. Dr. Dittmore is a professor of sport management and assistant dean at the University of Arkansas, a lifelong Dodgers fan, born in Redondo Beach, California. Dittmore is a co-author of a sports public relations textbook, now in its 3rd edition, and has more than 40 peer-reviewed publications. He's been a SABR member since 2018. Steve's presentation is on the economic market for Junior Gilliam in 1950. This presentation has been pre-recorded because Dr. Dittmore's son's baseball team is playing in the league championship. So I will forward any questions folks have for him to him after this. And I think we should all keep our fingers crossed that his son's team wins the championship. So I believe Leslie has the recording.
Yep.
All righty.
We're gonna, and
hello, my name is Steve Dittmore, and I am an assistant dean at the University of Arkansas and also a professor of sport management. I am not with you today, either in person or live via stream as a result of a previous commitment I had with my son's athletic programs. But I'm thankful for the Malloy Conference for allowing me to record this in advance, and I look forward to sharing my presentation with you. Welcome any kind of conversation, discussion that might occur following this. I will have my contact information available for you at the end of this. Look forward to hopefully getting to know everyone in a future Malloy conference setting. So with that, I would like to go ahead and share my screen and make my presentation here with you. This is the economic market for Junior Gilliam in 1950. And I got interested in this as I've been doing some research on Jim Gilliam, the baseball player from the Dodgers from 1953 through 1966 seasons and subsequently the coach, but also a longtime member of the Negro Leagues and in particular the Baltimore Eli Giants from 1946 to 1950. And I became curious to know what was the actual price that the Dodgers paid for Jim Gilliam. And that led me kind of down this rabbit hole of looking at, well, what was Gilliam's value relative to the marketplace at that time? So in 1948, at the end of the 1948 season, Sam Lacey wrote in the Baltimore Afro-American that Gilliam and his double play partner, Pee Wee Butts, could command $100,000 on the majors market. Now, Gilliam was much younger than Butts was at that time. And Pee Wee Butts is more or less credited with helping Gilliam become the second baseman that he was. He initially reported to the Nashville Black Balls in 1945 as a third baseman, but Butts, who was a shortstop, helped Gilliam, and Gilliam publicly later in his life thanked Butts for making him the second baseman and the double play combination that they were. But $100,000 seemed like a large figure, and I began wondering, well, why would Lacey throw that out there? At the time, in 1948, there were still very few Black players in the majors, and those who did debut between 48 and 1950 all were major stars, both in the major leagues, but then also with the Negro Leagues as well. So we had Campanella, Page, Mignoso, Newcomb, etc. And the standard price tag for those players was anywhere from $5,000 to up to $30,000, which is what the Cleveland Indians allegedly paid for Satchel Paige. And that included some money that went directly to Paige, so not necessarily just a fee that was paid to the owners of the Monarchs. 1948 also was the last year that the Negro Leagues had the National League and the American League. The NNL folded after the 1948 season, and the Eli Giants would go on to become the NAL champions after the 1949 season. And that's significant here, and I'll allude to that in just a second for an interesting fact about Gilliam. But you can see that based on these quotes, it was really during that 1949 season, and perhaps as a result of Lacey's newspaper article at the end of the 1948 season, that Gilliam began to attract some attention. Wendell Smith reports in the Pittsburgh Courier, of course, that they, whoever they are, had been scouting Gilliam since the season started, and that the Elites were actively shopping him. The Eli Giants and their owner, Richard Powell, were having some financial difficulties. They were having facility issues in Baltimore, and were really looking to try and infuse some cash into the organization. Gilliam would be one of the assets that would be left behind, from which Powell could generate some revenue. I mentioned the 1949 NAL championship, and Gilliam winning that in 1949, when he would then go on to win the World Series with the Dodgers in 55, and then subsequently he would win 3 additional World Series titles with the Dodgers. Gilliam is one of only 4 players by my research that has ever competed for a Negro League championships team as well as a Major League champion, World Series champion. The others, fairly good company, Willie Mays, Monty Irvin, and Larry Doby, are all part of that group as well with Jim Gilliam. So all of these efforts did lead to Gilliam having a tryout with the Chicago Cubs during spring training in 1950. And the Chicago Defender and the Afro-American both reported relatively the same purchase price. Gilliam for $7,500 and his teammate Leroy Farrell for $5,000. So they report to Yale Athletic Field, which is in Haines City, Florida, and were quartered along with the other Negro League players that were there as a part of this tryout, which were Bob Thurman and Earl Taborn, Gene Baker, Bill Ricks, Lorenzo Carrera, and then obviously Leroy Farrell. They were quartered, of course, in the black part of town in Haines City, and shuttled back and forth to the field. And when the Cubs finally made the decision toward the end of spring training, they opted to sign 3 players from that group of 7, excuse me. And Gilliam was not one of those. So at the end of March, the president of the Cubs minor league system sent Richard Powell this letter saying that Gilliam's been in training camp about 3 weeks, and up until this time does not look as though he will be able to hit well enough to stay in this classification. And that classification was the Springfield Cubs, the minor league affiliate, or the team that the Cubs had that arrangement with. Cubs did sign Gene Baker and 2 of the other players along with Gene Baker. And Baker, of course, would go on to form part of the double play combination with Ernie Banks with the Cubs once Banks debuted in the majors in the 1950s. So Gilliam was returned after this tryout to the Baltimore Eli Giants. And that's significant because he goes on to have a pretty good season then in 1950, which would be his 5th season with the Baltimore Eli Giants. Gilliam debuted with him in 1946. And it's noteworthy, too, that Gilliam homered in the East-West All-Star game in 1950. Gilliam was an All-Star in 48 and 49 and 40 and 50. And he had, during his time with the Eli Giants, he was definitely not a power hitter. And even with the Dodgers later on in his career, he was not considered to be a power hitter or a home run hitter. But another interesting tidbit about Gilliam is he is the only player that I can find to hit a home run in an East-West All-Star game, as well as a Major League Baseball All-Star game, when he did that in 1959 in the second game of the 1959 All-Star Series that Major League Baseball held. So remember, that's back during the period when MLB held 2 different ones. So Gilliam has a good season in 1950, and it seems likely then that there will be interest from a major league club for his services in the 1951 season, and that is exactly what happened. The Dodgers, this is what we know about this. So the Dodgers purchased Gilliam, his teammates Joe Black and Leroy Farrell from the Baltimore Eli Giants. That is not disputed anywhere. What is unknown and can't, that I can find, be pinpointed is who orchestrated the deal and what the final purchase price was. I think we can get pretty close on the purchase price, but it's still a little sketchy as to who orchestrated the deal. The principals, and you see them listed there, Branch Rickey, Mickey McConnell, Buzzy Bavasi, and Fresco Thompson. Branch Rickey was in his famous battle with Walter O'Malley for kind of leadership of the Dodgers at that time. And in October 1950, Branch Rickey finally steps aside from the Dodgers. And that timing of that is interesting because the 1950 season had just ended in September for the Negro Leagues. Gilliam was getting set to go back to Puerto Rico, where he would play for Santurce. And it was around that time that Rickey left the Dodgers. But it's also around that time, no date known for sure, that Gilliam's contract or an exercise on his contract would be purchased from the Eli Giants. So let's kind of walk through a little bit here about what I found about who might have orchestrated the deal and what that purchase price might have been for Gilliam. So both of Rickey's biographers, both Murray Polner and Jimmy Breslin, both suggest the signing occurred as a result of a conversation Rickey had with his assistant, Mickey McConnell. And here you see this quote that I pulled from Branch Rickey, a biography by Murray Polner, that McConnell heard Rickey complaining about Montreal's second base problem and mentioned a borderline prospect who might become a utility infielder on a major league team. Now, of course, Gilliam's career, he is kind of known as that utility player, having spent time in second base, third base, and the outfield with the Dodgers. But he was also primarily a second baseman and was probably more than a borderline prospect. McConnell's role, he seems to suggest to Red Smith, or in a letter that Red Smith found in the New York and published in the New York Times in 1979, that McConnell was much more involved in the signing of this. And you could see Rickey initially was trying to get Gilliam for $4,000. Richard Powell, the Elites owner, suggested he needed $5,000 for some bills and to buy a bus. Said he would throw in a pitcher named Joe Black. Now, Joe Black, in his biography that was written by Chuck Schaffner and his daughter Martha Jo Black, Black says in there, is quoted in there anyway, it was written after Black's death, but is quoted in there as saying that, yeah, indeed, the Dodgers wanted Gilliam and that Black was a throw-in. He went along for it because the two players, Black and Gilliam, were good friends and had been a long time teammates as part of the Eli Giants. So the counter proposal then was that Rickey would pay $4,000 for Gilliam and effectively $1,000 or $500 to look at Black and $1,000 more if they kept Black. And he suggests in this letter that Red Smith unearthed that the Dodgers paid $5,500 for both men, which I think we'll find here in subsequent things is a little on the short side and underestimates the final purchase price. Bavasi's role in this, not mentioned in the Ricky biographies, was that according to his autobiography that he wrote along with John Strege in 1987, suggests that for $11,000 he purchased Gilliam, Joe, not Leroy, but Joe Farrell, and Joe Black. And when I called Mr. Ricky, he was furious that I'd spent $11,000 of his money, which would be twice the price that McConnell alleged that Ricky had paid for him. In the end, it would prove to be a pretty shrewd deal, and I think anybody that knows baseball will know that even if it is $11,000, Joe Black and Jim Gilliam certainly returned way more value to the Dodgers than $11,000. Fresco Thompson's role in this as kind of the minor league person for the Dodgers was that, according to William Brown's book on the Montreal Royals, which were the Dodgers minor league team at the time, Thompson bought those two players, Joe Black and Jim Gilliam. There's no mention of Farrell in this. And that it was Thompson who was responsible for orchestrating this deal. Now, Thompson, in his memoir, Every Diamond Doesn't Sparkle, does not mention this, and that's a little curious in the sense that a signing of two future Rookie of the Years in the National League, players who would be instrumental in the Brooklyn Dodgers' success in the mid-1950s, would not be mentioned as something that Thompson would take credit for having any involvement in. And so the fact that he isn't involved in that, or doesn't mention that, maybe is left to question as to what kind of role Fresco Thompson really had in signing Jim Gilliam. So if we look at this, the purchase price, McConnell had $5,500. Bavasi's autobiography suggests $11,000. Dick Young wrote in 1952 in the New York Daily News, the Dodgers paid $500 to try out each of the three players. So that would be $1,500 plus $5,000 each to keep Black and Gilliam. That would get us to $11,500, which is more than what Bavasi had said. And then finally, Bob Luke, who wrote a wonderful kind of history of the Baltimore Eli Giants, found a letter from the Montreal Royals general manager to Richard Powell with a check for $10,000, which represented the final payment for Gilliam and Black. Morrow had already sent $1,500 to cover the option on those players. So that gets us to about $11,500. So again, we're somewhere in the neighborhood of $11,500 for Black and Gilliam. Whether Farrell is involved or not seems still questionable. Farrell would never go on to play for the Dodgers, but Black and Gilliam certainly did. Now, at the time, one way to assess kind of what the market conditions for Negro League players in the majors would be to look at Sam Jethro. And Sam Jethro was signed by Brooklyn for $5,000, but then later sold at the end of the 1949 season, prior to making his major league debut, sold to the Boston Braves for $125,000. So in that sense, Lacey's $100,000 estimate doesn't necessarily seem too far removed. I mean, $100,000 for two players as opposed to $125,000 just for Sam Jethro. But I think what you have to understand here, or at least one of the things that I concluded, is that the Dodgers assumed the financial risk initially. The Dodgers had already integrated their ball club, having several Black players, from Jackie Robinson to Newcomb and Campanella and so forth. And so they had assumed that financial risk initially. And they had shown that Jethro could contribute, at least in the minor leagues, where he had had a great season in 1949 as part of the Montreal Royals. And so they had kind of developed and evaluated him in Montreal. The Braves paid a premium for him, but with less risk. There was no, they weren't the ones that had to develop him. They had been able to sit back and see that. And Jethro would go on to become the first Black player with the Braves organization and win the 1950 Rookie of the Year in the National League. And of course, was part of that stretch of 5 consecutive Rookies of the Year in the National League that all had ties to the Negro Leagues: Newcomb, Jethro, Mays, Black, and Gilliam. And so some of the questions that I have about this is, why did Sam Lacey at the end of 1948 suggest that Butts and Gilliam were worth $100,000 when the highest salary or the highest compensation was $30,000 that the Indians had paid to the Monarchs in exchange for Satchel Paige? Was Lacey trying to help Richard Powell, the owner of the Eli Giants? Was he trying to save the Negro Leagues, which we know were suffering by that point in time from decreased attendance? Obviously, the Negro National League folded at the end of the 1948 season, so there were going to be fewer teams. Players were leaving. The talent drain had occurred. Even the newspaper, that Lacey wrote for, the Afro-American and other Black press at the time, had shifted their coverage from focusing exclusively on Negro Leagues to now not only just covering the Negro Leagues a little bit, but more focused on the Black players who were competing in the major leagues at the time and running updates on how they were performing. So Larry Doby and Jackie Robinson and Roy Campanella and so forth. So was this Lacey really trying to suggest a way for the Negro Leagues to kind of save themselves by trying to price or throw out a figure that was well above what the market rate was at that point in time? The other thing is as the 1950 season went along, it seems as though the demand for Gilliam's services and his market value actually decreased. So remember, we had the report earlier that the Braves had allegedly balked at $15,000 for Gilliam in February of 1950. The Cubs, when they tried him out in March of 1950, had initially agreed to pay half that amount in $7,500. And the Dodgers would finally wind up at the end of the 1950 season paying $5,000 or thereabouts just for Gilliam. So that represents, a pretty sharp decline in what the market rate might have been. Now, there wasn't a buyer at $15,000 in February, so that might have been outside of what the market would have demanded. The other thing that was contributing to this was this unspoken notion of a quota that existed among professional teams in the majors at the time. And Gilliam was certainly a victim of this. And I say here, perhaps no former Negro League player was a victim of the quota more than Gilliam. And I tend to think that. I think, the Cubs signed Gene Baker, Bob Thurman, and Earl Tabor instead. Those three combined, Tabor never made it into the majors, but those two, Baker and Thurman, played 1,000 fewer games in the majors than Gilliam. Why didn't the Cubs sign him? What was their risk about that? The Dodgers signed Gilliam in the fall of 1950, having played 2 seasons in the minors. And why is that? Well, the Dodgers already had Robinson, Campanella, and Newcomb. Black and Sandy Amorose debuted in 1952, and we weren't yet at a point, you could argue, where a team was ready to field greater than 50% of its lineup as Black players. And the Dodgers did finally eclipse that, what is referred to as the saturation point. But it wasn't until 1954 that the Dodgers started 5 Black players. They started Robinson, Campanella, Newcomb, Amorose, and Jim Gilliam in that game against the Milwaukee Braves in July 1954. That becomes the first time that greater than 50% of a starting lineup is Black in the major leagues. And so there is this notion that until such point in time that a team was going to have a marginal player, I mentioned earlier that from 48 to 50, all the players who debuted in the majors from the Negro Leagues were superstars. It was Willie Mays, it was Monty Irvin, it was Don Newcomb, players that would go on to have extremely successful big league careers, but they were not kind of the bench players or, kind of fringe players. And, the Hank Thompsons of the world that had played in the 1940s, they didn't last long in the majors. So there was really not, unless a major league team was willing to have someone that was kind of a role player on their team who was Black, there was really no incentive for them to go out and sign more Black players. And so the idea that there was this saturation point really started to emerge in the media. I refer you to an article in Newsweek called The 50% Color Line that John Lardner wrote a couple months before before the Dodgers eclipsed that mark. And then the New York Age, part of the Black press as well, reported on it shortly thereafter. So Gilliam goes on and makes his major league debut when he started at second base for Brooklyn on April 14th, 1953. He was 24 years old, but he had already played 8 professional seasons. The Nashville Black Vols in 1945, when he was 16 years old. He would turn 17 at the end of that season, born in 1928. then spend 5 years with the Baltimore Eli Giants, and be forced to spend 2 years with the Montreal Royals. And in that second season in Montreal, he would go on, of course, to win the International League MVP award and improved himself more than Major League ready. He was probably Major League ready at the end of the 1951 season. But the Dodgers did not have a place for him, were not ready to have him. They brought up Joe Black instead, who contributed greatly to the World Series run that the Dodgers had in 1952. So those were kind of some of the things that I uncovered about how at least one individual player, and it's almost more of a case study on Jim Gilliam, but one player from the Negro Leagues was impacted by forces in the market that kind of depressed his value or his ability to be signed by a major league team. So again, I apologize for not being here in person. I thank you very much for your time. My contact information is listed here. I have a website, stevedittmore.com. My email address is steve.dittmore@gmail.com. I welcome any thoughts that you might have on this. Any discussion, would be happy to engage in any of that. And again, really appreciate your time and attention to this. And I wish you all the best of the rest of the Malloy Conference. And hopefully we'll be able to see one another in person soon. Thank you very much.
All right, that was quite interesting. All righty, so next up, Leslie Heaphy doesn't really need an introduction to this group, I don't think, but you know, she sent me one, so I'm going to read it anyway. She is an associate professor of history at Kent State University at Stark. She is the author/editor of numerous books and articles on the Negro Leagues and women's baseball. She's the editor of Black Ball Journal, published by McFarland, and the recent issue just came out, which is very exciting. She also serves as vice president of SABR, chair of SABR's Women in Baseball Committee, and is on the board of the IWBC. Today, Dr. Heaphy will talk about the Martins and the Red Sox. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that introduction. Let me share my screen with you all. I assume you can see that just fine and hear me?
We can.
Awesome. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about the Martin brothers, but most specifically about J.B. Martin and connections to Black baseball in both Memphis and, of course, in Chicago, as they were both, he was owner of both of those teams, the Memphis Red Sox and the Chicago American Giants. The Red Sox and Martin have always interested me since I sort of got started, partly because there was initially so little written about them, and then the fact that you have four brothers who are as heavily involved as they are. The Memphis Red Sox, of course, are not one of the stars of the Negro Leagues. They're not one of the big teams that people tend to think about, but one of the fascinating things about the Red Sox is to realize their longevity in terms of how long they are in existence. And that longevity, I would argue, is partly due to the stability of the ownership, the lack of change that takes place. When you look at some of the other teams in the Negro Leagues that had a similar longevity, that is often one of the key features, is the notion of a stability in ownership. And so the Martin brothers, and particularly JB, provide that. And so to get started, I wanted to sort of throw out a few numbers, and I will say right up front that I have to thank seam heads and all of those who have worked on these. A lot of the stats and numbers are pulled from there. And so, but to just give you a sense of what I'm talking about, between 1923 and 48, the league record for the Memphis Red Sox is listed at, as you can see, 571 and 833. So again, not one of the stellar teams, but their longevity stems from the late 19-teens all the way up until they're sold at the 1960 season. Their best season, which we'll talk about a little bit here a little bit later, is 1938, when they win the first half of the Negro American League season, and then are scheduled to play a full series with the Atlanta Black Crackers. Unfortunately, that whole series does not take place. They're listed, Seamheads does a nice job, if you haven't looked, of listing the teams overall, and the Memphis Red Sox are listed at the 29th spot. We're going to see that all four Martin brothers, WS, JB, BB, and AT, are involved with the team. 46 players from the Memphis Red Sox who at least had a short stint with them appear or were elected to East-West Classics. They didn't necessarily all play. Good example of that is Verdell lefty Mathis. Mathis in his rookie year was elected, but owner at the time, BB Martin, didn't want him to play because he was afraid he might get hurt. There might be a problem, and he didn't want to lose him for the second half of a season. Sounds sort of familiar. The two key managers in their heavy years were Larry Brown and, of course, Double Duty, who we heard a little bit about already today. Between them, they were managers for 9 seasons. The primary parks where the Red Sox played, and this is another piece that gives them a unique bit of Negro League history, of course, is what was known as Lewis and then Martin Park. Martin Stadium, one of few Negro League owned stadiums, and then they also played locally at Russwood Park in some of their later years. And we're going to talk a little bit about Martin Stadium here. But Martin, the original owner, was a gentleman by the name of A.P. Martin, actually not one of the four brothers, but the broadside here on the left-hand side talks about the Barber College team, which is the originator of what became the Memphis Red Sox. The primary owner of the Memphis Red Sox before the Martins was Robert S. Lewis. Robert S. Lewis in the Memphis community was most known for operating a funeral business. And you can see the sign here, founded in 1914. He and his sons operated, so they were a significant part of the Memphis community and were responsible for the original creation of Lewis Stadium and then what became known as Martin Stadium. You can see also here that the Lewis family and its connection to all of this, one of his sons later created what was known as Teofler State Park, and one of the first state parks open to African Americans at the time. And so the Lewis family then sold the team and stadium to the Martins over some issues that developed over lack of payments, and so the Martin brothers are going to acquire the team and the stadium in the late 1920s. Here's a picture that some of you have seen before. This is from September of 1922, the Colored Dixie series that involved the Memphis Red Sox and the Dallas Colored Giants. It was a series that was supposed to take place initially heralded as a 13-game series. It appears that not all 13 of those games were played. What comes out is that the Memphis Red Sox won that series 6-3 over the Colored Giants, and the picture in the background is part of Martin Stadium. Here is one of the advertisements for that series. You can see it says 17 baseball battles for the championship of the South. And so talking about this idea that they were going to play over that time period. The Dallas Black Giants played until the late 1930s, and then they're going to be replaced by the Dallas Colored Monarchs as the primary team in that area. The Memphis Red Sox, as I said, played here at Martin Stadium. Martin Stadium, when it was originally created, was a stadium of about 3,000 seats that was added to and renovated under the Martins, and eventually provided for both seating and standing room space for about up between 9,000 and 10,000 people. It was used not only for the Red Sox to play, but also for a variety of musical adventures and football games. And also in 1950, the Negro Southern League All-Star team played their game there. So Martin Stadium was really a centerpiece of the community and used far beyond what we saw that just the Memphis Red Sox played there. Today, of course, the stadium unfortunately is no longer there. It was razed in 1961. This is the historic marker that remains. It's a trucking company in the background. And so unfortunately, this is all that is there. We just heard the news, if you've been paying attention, that Hamtramck Stadium just received another donation for the renovation of that stadium is one of the few remaining. Martin Stadium would have been one of those if it hadn't been razed in 1961. Just to give you a brief overview before we jump into the Red Sox, again, this comes from Seamhead. This is their 1923 to 1948 sort of breakdown. Their involvement in the Negro National League, the Negro Southern League, and then with the creation of the Negro American League in 1937, the Memphis Red Sox enter as one of the original entrants in that. And then in 1938, under manager Double Duty Radcliffe, they will win the first half of the season and expected to play the Atlanta Black Crackers for the championship. Couple of the just examples of the kinds of things that Seamshead can tell you about some of the team leaders. Neil Robinson certainly played a significant role for the Memphis Red Sox in the 1930s and 1940s, as did Nat Rogers. In fact, Robinson and Rogers were part of what was referred to in the newspapers in Memphis in the 1938 season as Memphis's Murderers Row. And then you will see Porter Moss and Verdell Mathis listed under the pitchers, two of the keys for the same teams in those latter 30s and then into the 40s when Mathis comes along. So J.B. Martin, born in Mississippi, and he and his family, they all moved to Memphis. Martin got his start in sort of the business world as a newsboy, raising his own money and funds. He and his brothers all attended Meharry College and other local universities and went on to be part of the professional world. So we have doctors and pharmacists among the four brothers. Martin himself will be one of the owners of both the Memphis Red Sox and the Chicago American Giants. He served also as both vice president and president of the Negro American League, Negro Southern League, and the Colored Dixie League. In addition to his baseball ventures, he also owned a pharmacy, dental practice, a funeral home, hotel, Martin Stadium, and some real estate. So a very involved in the Memphis community. This was both a blessing for him and ultimately one of the reasons why he's going to get pushed out of Memphis and end up in Chicago, which we'll talk about here in a moment. In politics, most of his heavy political involvement will come after his move to Chicago in the end of 1940, where he will serve as a county commissioner, on the federal county jury, and then become the first Black Chicago Sanitation Department director starting in 1946, and he will serve in that role for 16 years. Married wife Lula, who was also very much involved, particularly in Chicago, in the real estate business. I mentioned this, some of you have heard me say this before. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to sit and listen to some of the Martin family talk about JB and the brothers, and it was interesting to hear them actually talk more about Lula and say that she was the force to be reckoned with. And in the community in Chicago, if you wanted to find property, if you needed to look for, Lula was the one that you needed to talk to because she was the one that was going to help you with that. They had two sons, JB Jr. and WS Jr. You can see the pattern here. This becomes an interesting problem with the newspapers particularly after 1940, when JB Sr. ends up in Chicago, and the Martin family is still owning the Memphis Red Sox, and JB essentially turned over the running of his pharmacy to WS Jr. And so sometimes the papers did not include the juniors and the seniors. So trying to make sure that you're talking about the right person is always an interesting exercise. W.S. Martin, the older brother, sometimes doesn't get much conversation, but here's a picture from the Chicago Defender in 1930 with various meetings. And in this picture, you can see that W.S. Martin, listed as part owner of the Memphis Red Sox, is there representing the team. And then the other piece comes in just a couple of years later, Chicago Defender again in 1933. And it says, Dr. W.S. Martin was elected president of the Southern Baseball League at the meeting held here last Tuesday. And so recognizing that the Martin brothers as a group, particularly WSJB and to a lesser extent BB, were all very much involved in the baseball world, not just in Memphis, but on a larger scale as well. And you can see that here. So what happened and what was, a little bit of the story with JB, when you look at Memphis and from the late 19-teens through into the 1940s, the centerpiece of that community was Edward H. Crump, or Boss Crump, who really, if you look at and you read his story, you get a real feel for a political boss in the model of the 19th century political bosses. And Crump ran the Memphis city, and two of the people that he worked with were Robert Church Jr., who you can see here, pictured here, and J.B. Martin. He referred to Robert Church as essentially his lieutenant within the Black community, and JB as his second lieutenant. So they were a triumvirate that really helped work with the Black community, ensuring things got done, but really in that sense of running the community. And it was, for all intents and purposes, a workable relationship until the end of the decade. And for a variety of reasons, there is a significant falling out. Without getting into lots and lots of the details, the primary reason for it was the support that Church and J.B. Martin threw behind Wendell Willkie in the presidential election when Crump was supporting FDR. And he wanted Church and Martin in particular to back down, and when they would not, Crump basically decided, using the machine that he had built, that he was going to go after and ultimately attempt to destroy both of these individuals. With Church, the ultimate end result of the breaking with Crump leads to the fire department essentially watching Church's house burn down under what was reported in the newspapers as a fire department exercise in an attempt, and they watched the house burn. For J.B. Martin, the situation is a little bit different. And so for Martin, what we see happening is that Crump enlisted the help of Joe Boyle from the police department, known locally as Holy Joe Boyle. And Boyle basically used the police force to set up surveillance outside of J.B. Martin's pharmacy. And this was done basically every single day for the entire days for weeks and weeks and weeks at a time. Newspapers reported customers going in and out of the pharmacy saying that they were frisked, that they were stopped and searched, that they were stopped and questioned. And what they were looking for ostensibly was that Martin was selling illegal drugs out of his pharmacy. And so this was one of the ways of trying to intimidate and get people to stop buying at his pharmacy, and that this would be a way to force Martin to change his mind about Willkie and to sort of rejoin up with Crump. They also charged Martin with illegal bond sales. For years, he had been able to provide without having the need of a license, but because of the falling out with Crump, that fell apart. And so for a variety of reasons, Crump and Martin found himself on the wrong side of. And so at the end of the year, Martin is basically given choice, and he decides to leave, and he will end up in Chicago. The agreement essentially was that if he left, all of this surveillance and things would go away. And so Martin was able to leave the pharmacy under the direction of his son, W.S. Jr., and so he's able to do that. So he didn't lose his business, and the baseball team will continue under the operation of B.B. Martin. And so JB finds himself in Chicago, and he will then purchase the Chicago American Giants and get involved in the political picture in Chicago in a very significant way, and will remain then involved with the baseball scene because he's going to be president of the Negro American League for the next 10 plus years. Martin will attempt to return on a couple of occasions to Memphis. He had attempted to return in 1943, and upon his entry into the city, he was picked up by the police and taken to the mayor's office and basically told that he needed to leave and never come back if he wanted to keep his businesses. And so he did. And he does not return again until 1955. And he returns again in 1955 because Crump died in 54. And when he returns, he will return simply to throw out the first pitch to start the 1955 season for the Memphis Red Sox, something that he had always liked to do previously. And so Martin's involvement, that's in an overview. Now, that I should also tell you before we move on, Martin didn't just roll over to Crump, and you can read about the number of court cases and taking it to Washington, D.C. and attempting to challenge unsuccessfully what Crump was able to do to both Martin and Church. Gives you a sense of the control that he had of the community there. So that's a little bit of the story there. Now, when you're talking about the Memphis Red Sox, this team that the Martin brothers owned, their best season came in 1938. You can see the broadside here from 1940 run referring to them as the 1988 champions of the Colored American League. A little bit of an overstatement, but because the series was not played out, the key article and trying to explain sort of the success of the Red Sox in 1938 was this idea of creating a speedy team looking to the outfield. This article's Memphis to strengthen out the garden, the fastest fly chasers. They're going to have the fastest set of fly chasers in the American League if B.B. Martin and his brother have their say. And of course, this is referring to Nat Rogers, Neil Robinson, Jelly Gardner, and Lloyd Davenport as the key parts of that team. Not all of them had been with the team in the previous season, but when they bring in Double Duty Radcliffe in 38, Double Duty is going to bring with him a number of players from the 1937 Cincinnati Tigers, because essentially when the Cincinnati Tigers went under, Memphis purchased a number of those players and brought in Double Duty with the expectation that building off the success of 37, they could develop a team that would be victorious. And you can see their record listed there. The success of the team led to them, was led by this group of players, and some of them are more recognizable than others. You will see everybody from, I mentioned Neil Robinson already, and there's Lloyd Davenport, Nat Rogers, of course, Double Duty, Jelly Taylor. We heard about Double Duty already this morning. Double Duty was brought in as essentially the manager in 38, but also did some catching and remained with the team in 39 and again came back in 41 and 42. A number of the players from the Red Sox, along with others, left in 1940 to go down south of the border. The others that you see here, Larry Brown, of course, referred to as the Iron Man catcher for team. Over 25-year career in the Negro Leagues, spent early part of the 1920s with the Memphis Red Sox and then came back in 1938 and remained with them through the 1940s. In addition to catching for Memphis, he also managed. He'd also been a manager of the Birmingham Black Barons. But his real contribution on the field for Memphis was not only his ability to call the games, but also his incredibly strong throwing arm. And so he was the centerpiece to that team. In addition to that, Nat Rogers was the hitting star for many. He played with Memphis for 16 years, so he was a mainstay out of his 21 years in the Negro Leagues. In 1938, he's listed as hitting .353, won the batting title in 1939, but was known for his speed more than anything else, and so was part of that speedy outfield along with Lloyd Davenport, who played center field for them. Davenport came over in 1938 and then played again in 39 and 41, also known for his speed. So he was part of that speedy outfield that they thought would help them win. Jelly Taylor, same thing. 10 years in the Negro Leagues, played 8 of them with the Memphis Red Sox, just under a 300 hitter in that 1938 season. The other key to their power was Neil Robinson, better known as Shadow, the other outfielder. Again, another speedy outfielder, cover a lot of ground, and was also had some power. And so the 4 of them were referred to as the Memphis Murderers Row. The 2 pitchers that were key to this team were Porter Moss and Willie Jefferson. And so Willie Jefferson and Porter Moss were the keys. Willie Jefferson also, you might recognize his name because he also played with the Cleveland Buckeyes and was part of the Negro League World Series team that won in 1945. Porter Moss, unfortunately, had a career that was cut short. He died in 1944 as a result of an argument with a drunken fellow traveler on a train. He got in an argument with Johnny Easley, who had been harassing some of the women on the train, tried to get him to stop. The other players, Memphis Red Sox players, realized that Easley had a gun. They tried to intervene. Easley fired into the whole group, and unfortunately, Moss got shot in the stomach, and he ended up dying in the hospital, primarily because after he got shot, there was a doctor on the train who refused to treat him. They couldn't get anybody to, and so they had to wait until the train arrived at their next destination. And by the time he arrived at the hospital, he died of that stomach wound. The gentleman who shot him, Johnny Easley, did actually get 10 years in prison for shooting and killing Porter Moss, but that brought an end to his career, unfortunately, fairly quickly. And so they were the keys. Here are 2 articles about that 38 team. The only 2 games that were actually played, a 6-1 and an 11-6 victory for the Memphis Red Sox. The 11-6 game was Porter Moss's. He gave up the 6 runs, but the team came back and they still won 11-6. But the playoff was supposed to go to its entirety, but as you can see, it got called off as a no contest. This is an article from the October 1st article. It says the next 3 games were scheduled to be played in Atlanta. The Black Crackers claimed that the Memphis Red Sox refused to come. The Memphis Red Sox claimed that the Atlanta Black Crackers didn't want to play out the series, and so the games were never played. The result being that the Memphis Red Sox declared themselves the champions of that season, and used that in their advertising in subsequent seasons, even though the games were never fully played out. And so that was the Memphis Red Sox best, most significant season, their only victory of that sort. Couple other key players over the years that I just wanted to mention from the Memphis Red Sox is certainly, for a lot of people, the name they think of is Verdell Lefty Mathis, star pitcher from 1940 all the way through into the end of his career. Mathis, of course, played in 6 East-West Classics. You've got Charlie Pride, better known, of course, for his election into the Country Music Hall of Fame. But Pride played parts of 3 seasons with the Memphis Red Sox in the 1950s, and in an interview said that that was always what he really wanted to do, but discovered that he also had another talent that was going to take him far, but did have that opportunity to both pitch and play in the outfield. It appeared that he was, and probably if he had stayed with baseball, the likelihood, at least according to the Memphis papers, was that he would have stayed as an outfielder more so than as a pitcher. And then the other picture, of course, is of Willie Wells, Sr., Jr., and Ira Wells. So you have father and son playing in for one season with the Memphis Red Sox. They played in just 6 and 12 games between them in 1948, but gave Memphis another claim to a Hall of Famer who played for a very short period of time. Turkey Starnes, another Hall of Famer who had a very short stint with the Memphis Red Sox, as did Dan Bankhead, a number of others. Another name that sometimes people think about, particularly learning and getting a chance to meet him in later years, was Joby Scott, who played in the 1940s for 3 years with the Memphis Red Sox. And so, again, some of the key players. I also just wanted to mention as I finish up that J.B. Martin, going back to his involvement, was involved in obviously a variety of things when you think about his long tenure. Martin, in addition to owning the team, which led him to do things like throwing out the first pitch to start seasons and things in the 40s and then into the 50s, Martin found himself in a lot of discussions that ended up in the newspapers, some of them for positive reasons, some of them for debates and things that he got into. For example, during World War II, as president of the league, he got into a debate with Satchel Paige over Paige's involvement in the All-Star game and the desire to see some of the profits from the game go to the war efforts, and Satchel wanting to get paid, and Satchel and Martin got into a discussion. As often happened, these discussions ended up in the newspapers. Martin found himself invited to Washington, D.C. to meet with the transportation chair to talk about the transportation issues for teams during World War II. And later, Martin found himself very much a centerpiece of the media's interest as Jackie Robinson was signed initially with Montreal and then being brought forward with Brooklyn. Sometimes some papers quoting Martin as appearing to be against this effort, and Martin making a very strong and concerted effort on his part to say he thought that Robinson's signing was actually good for Negro League baseball. He even came out in 1949 at the beginning of the season to say that was going to be the best season ever for the Negro Leagues because there was so much interest in Jackie and so many players that wanted to follow, and that this was good for. And he also said that as long as the major leagues were not going to open their doors, there would always be a need for the Negro Leagues, and they would be there to provide that need. And so Martin involved in a variety of different things along his long and storied career. And so those are some of the sources that I used. And with that being said, I am going to stop sharing my screen. And I'm happy to answer questions if there were any.
Do you want to, we're quite a bit ahead, and there were a couple questions. Do you want to do them now? Or you want to wait till after a cleanup hitter?
It doesn't matter to me. I can wait if you want me to.
Let's go ahead and finish. Let Dr. Kimbro Hamilton, and then because I have the questions.
Awesome.
And we can roll on through. Thank you very much. I learned a
Thank
lot.
you.
Someone from Chicago, I did not know this history of like first Black man in charge of sanitation, and so I was Googling who was mayor at that time, and yeah, Chicago. But apparently it was Mayor Kelly who appointed him that position. And apparently it was his issues, his love of integration that actually got him run out of office by the Democratic Party at that time. So yeah, Chicago politics, it is what it is. Thank you very much. All righty, our cleanup hitter is Dr. Harriet Kimbro Hamilton, who is the daughter of former Negro League star Henry Kimbro. She is a retired associate professor from Tennessee State University. She has received numerous awards for her work in women's sport. In 2015, she published her first book called Daddy's Scrapbook, Henry Kimbro of the Negro Baseball League, A Daughter's Perspective. The book received the Robert Patterson Recognition Award at the 19th Annual Jerry Malloy Negro League Conference. In 2020, Dr. Kimbro Hamilton published her second book with her son Patrick Hamilton called Home Plate, Henry Kimbro and Other Negro Leaguers of Nashville, Tennessee. This book was donated to every Nashville public middle and high school library by the Nashville Sounds Baseball Organization. Dr. Kimbro Hamilton's latest Negro League project is to have Negro League team owner Tom Wilson voted into the Tennessee Sports Hall of Fame for the class of 2022. Today, Dr. Kimbro Hamilton will talk to us about honoring Negro baseball leaguers who called Nashville home. Dr. Kimbro Hamilton.
Good evening, baseball fans everywhere, and welcome to the tale of one city, Nashville, Tennessee. This presentation is more of a documentation, confirmation of how we celebrated the 100th anniversary of the Negro League by honoring the Negro Leaguers who called Nashville home. And I'm going to share my screen for my PowerPoint. You give me a minute to get my sound right. Okay. All right, I'm ready to go. And let me get a full screen here. If you could just bear with me. Slideshow. All right, we are ready to go. And we have the picture of an earlier Nashville Elite team. And of course, we cannot go forward without acknowledging two great visionaries that built the foundation of the Negro League on a national level. We have Rube Foster, of course, and on the regional and national level, it would be Tom Wilson. Not a lot of talk about Tom Wilson, and I am interested in Tom Wilson, and he did so much for Nashville and the surrounding areas and Baltimore when he moved his team to Baltimore. And so the project is to get him inducted into the Tennessee Sports Hall of Fame. He lived here his entire career in baseball. He promoted Black baseball here in Nashville beyond most people's imagination. So more on him later. We are going to move to how all this occurred. How did we celebrate? Well, we like to start with former Councilman Ronnie Greer. What he did was first he had the idea because he's related to Negro Leaguer Daniel Black, that's from this area. And he is in the vicinity of where we had our celebration. He lived in the South Community area called Edge Hill. But what he did was he got the permission from the city council to have this celebration. He got the commitment from the Board of Education, the Board of Parks and Recreation in Nashville to do this celebration at E.S. Rose Park District, which he was the former councilman of and lived there also. Finally, he got the collaboration of Belmont University to finance the plaque that would be located at E.S. Rose Park District. And there's the former president of Belmont University, Dr. Robert Fisher, that you see there. Rose Park is located in the southern part of town, almost close to downtown. And it is also the area not far from Belmont University. And so they all share, they're all partners in that community. And Belmont invested millions of dollars in the E.S. Rose Park section so that they could use the facility as a partner of the community. And what you're seeing is the renovation in place. Baseball field, soccer field, there's a track there for the community, several basketball courts that you don't see here, But what they did is they upgraded those facilities and built those facilities to the standards of Division I standards of the NCAA. But the community was able and still able to use that facility. So here we have the men of Nashville that made their home here in Nashville, and some of them are from Nashville. And we always pay tribute to these men. Everyone that's on the plaque, of course, is not in this picture, but this is the majority of them. And so we want to take a minute just to recognize these men.
Down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Down by the riverside to study war no more. Study war no more, gonna study war no more, gonna study war no more. Study war no more, gonna study war no more, gonna study war no more. Study war no more, gonna study war no more, gonna study war no more. Study war no more, gonna study war no more, gonna study war no more.
And so the event happened at E.S. Rose Park Community Center before we went outside to dedicate the plaque. The unveiling ceremony was done outside, but we turned the Rose Park Community Center into a Negro League museum where we had pictures and memorabilia of the Negro Leagues, hats, different things that the people enjoyed. We had a lot of family members that came and took part of this event, and we really just had a really good time. And the people that were there were just amazed at the history. A lot of them really did not know the depth of history that Nashville had in the Negro Leagues. So that was very enjoyable to share those pictures and photos and memorabilia and Negro League hats and T-shirts and things of that nature. And they all enjoyed that. In fact, they wanted to know if I was selling T-shirts. They loved the T-shirts that we had there, and just kind of should have done something to that nature, but we were focused on the event. The unveiling team, from the left to the right, you see myself, Sharon Hurt, Councilwoman at Large. In the wheelchair is Daniel Black's sister, Miss Alberta Black Crawford, who came. Next to her was former Councilman Ludi Wallace, and then former Councilman Ronnie Greer. And I like to point out that Councilwoman at Large, Sharon Hurt, also authored a resolution for this event. So we had all groups involved. This is the beautiful plaque that is on the wall of the Rose Park Baseball Pavilion that is used by Belmont's baseball team. And you see the names there that are represented, and it was dedicated February 29th, 2020. And so we are very proud of this plaque. You have several people that came from different eras. Of course, Turkey Stearns, Bruce Petway, but most of the people that you see there all were very familiar with each other and played together at one point in time. This is the resolution that was done by Council Member at Large Sharon Hurt. And in the resolution, you had names mentioned like Moses Fleetwood Walker, Bud Fowler, Rube Foster, and then the names of those that are on the plaque. And the resolution officially recognized the 100th anniversary of the Negro Leagues. And of course, you read what some of the thereas and afters and whereas. A lot of history was also written into Resolution 2020-228. Nashville council members came out in good numbers. That's not a great picture, but they were there. Their names are on the resolution. They approved this celebration and ceremony. And so they came out and we were appreciative of that. Our great mayor, John Cooper, sent a representative. He was unable to be there, but he approved and signed the resolution, which made it unanimous for the government of Nashville to support the Negro League celebration, which was a great effort. We had several teams, members of the Negro League families that came. This is the Daniel Black family who came out to celebrate the plaque, take pictures, take the opportunity to take pictures with the plaque. The next family, Sidney Bunch family, came out to celebrate and have a picture opportunity with the plaque. And you can kind of tell the plaque is a pretty nice size on the park pavilion, the baseball pavilion, which is very beautiful, very beautiful. Members of my dad's family, my sister-in-law, my brother is just next to me on the other side of the plaque, and on the other side of that is my husband. And so we were there to represent my father, and other members came a little late. My son and some other folks, they came late and was not able to take that picture opportunity, but was there, and we were there in great numbers also. So now Nashville can boast about 3 Negro League landmarks that we have in the city. This is the Tom Wilson Park historical marker that was erected in 2003. And we had several Negro Leaguers that were still alive. On the picture from the left, I'm not going to name everybody, but from the left, we have Sidney Bunch, which is next to Butch McCord. And next to Sidney is my mother, third from the left. And it was a young woman. Next was a young woman that accompanied Sue Bridgeford, who was next. And next to Sue Bridgeford, there is Jim Zapp. And other individuals we really didn't recognize. Toward the far right is a history professor from Fisk University, and a very good friend of mine, who also was part of the historical commission on getting this done. And next we have Junior Gilliam Way, which is in front of the Nashville Sounds Stadium in Nashville. And the next picture is my son that is at the plaque. And so those are the 3 Negro League landmarks that we're very proud of in Nashville, in which history will never be forgotten, at least in Nashville. And of course, we cannot tell the story without telling the story of our notable native sons of Nashville, Tennessee, those that were born and raised in Nashville. Hall of Famer Norman Turkey Stearns. Buddy Bruce Petway was known as an outstanding catcher for the Detroit Stars. My dad, Henry Kimbro, who's in the Tennessee Sports Hall of Fame. And of course, Junior Gilliam, who is in the Tennessee Sports Hall of Fame. Now, a little bit about the ongoing project that we have here. Tom Wilson. In this year, we nominated Tom Wilson, and he was not voted in. He has 4 years left of his nomination being active. And for the 2021 nomination, we had support letters from Mr. Larry Lester, Mr. Doug Scopel, Vice President of the Nashville Sounds baseball team, Mr. Skip Nipper, baseball historian, former Councilman Ronnie Greer, and myself. For the next nomination campaign, we were surprised and just tickled pink that we got Mr. David Dombrowski, which is the Vice President for Baseball Operations for the Philadelphia Phillies, Mr. Ray Doswell, the curator of the Negro League Museum, and Dr. Leighton Revelle, historian that works out of the Southern League Museum, the Negro Southern League Museum. Of course, Dr. Heaphy, we are very tickled pink, and I'm asking help from any members that SABR member that would like to lend their voice to writing a support letter in this endeavor. We are trying to throw everything we can at our commission that vote on this. And I feel very strongly about this. Tom Wilson has several players that he helped, move toward being a professional baseball player in the community and on the national level, that why not his nomination cannot go through. And so we are seeking your help. If you are willing to lend your help, you can contact me at my Gmail account, henrykimbro14 at gmail.com. And so we'd like to thank you for allowing us to share our 100th anniversary celebration of the Negro Leagues in Nashville, Tennessee. And we'd like to finish out with my Fisk Jubilee Singers. And thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Actually, since you're here, we have plenty of time for questions, and there are several questions in the chat, but I will start. Kirk wants to know, what is the main reason Lester wasn't elected this past year, and how long should the letter of support be?
He was not selected because I truly feel that they have an agenda before the agenda. They probably have a backlog of people, I think, since the pandemic happened, and I'm trying to be fair as possible. But I think we have their attention. I was told that they were impressed with the support letters that did come. So I think we have their attention now, and I truly feel that he will be elected in 2022, in the 2022 class.
Great. Leslie, we have quite a few questions for you. Originally, Daryl wanted to know if Martin was a pharmacist, and you did answer that in your presentation. So that brings up the question, how did Martin, who was fairly new to Chicago, attain such a lofty position as sanitation director?
Well, he was actually there for 6 years by the time he got elected, so a little bit of time. He also was nominated from the Republican Party for the Cook County Commissioner in 42. So he basically took his somewhat national reputation, because he was very involved with the Republican Party, the black and tan aspect of the Republican Party from Memphis, with him to Chicago, and parlayed that into his election to the Cook County Commissioner, and then ran twice before he was elected in 1946. And so to some degree, I think some of the reputation that he had and some of the things that happened with Bus Crump actually probably helped him. It certainly gave him more notoriety than he would have had if he had just been somebody who had truly just simply arrived in Chicago.
Okay. Larry wants to know if you were able to find out what all of the initials stood for.
I honestly can say that I haven't really made that a priority to confirm. And so but I do know, have been able to confirm from the family that the oldest brother was William, and it was John. And then the others didn't ask yet. I hadn't gotten that far. And so to be able to say 100% what they are, there's a number of different possibilities out there. Almost everything never as you all know, you look at article after article after article, and even I was looking at some of the deeds for some of the other properties, because they were involved in founding a hospital and a trust company and all, and they're just listed as B.B. Martin and A.T. Martin and no full names.
Well, it saved ink for the newspapers, I guess. So Perry asked, with all of the white owners of Negro League teams, were white spectators ever encouraged to attend the games? If so, did they do so? And if and when they did they sit in whites only sections?
So if you're talking about just for Martin Stadium itself, it was primarily a black audience that generally came, but we don't know, there's not a lot of discussion and not a lot of photographs to be able to say 100% for sure how the seating was done. But based on what we learned in the 1950s, because there's a little bit more information, there does appear to be an informal sense of a segregated seating, but not something as official as maybe we saw with the chicken wire in some other stadiums in other cities.
It would probably depend on local ordinances and how strenuously the local law enforcement wanted to deal with.
And I suspect that probably, given the relationship between Crump and Martins, probably changed over the years.
True. All righty. John wants to know whether or not the Martins, the juniors, I'm guessing, were involved in baseball as players in their younger years, or even the senior, I guess.
None of them formally. They on any that I have found that played on any formalized teams, but they all certainly played in the neighborhoods, those kind of things, but nothing formal.
Okay. And Kevin wanted to know why the Martins don't get more favorable attention, given that they were such an important part of Negro League baseball.
I've always found that kind of fascinating myself. And I think particularly when you look at JB's long tenure and involvement, I would say two things. I think it's the ownership with Memphis, and the fact that Memphis itself was Negro Southern League team, independent, and then came into and was never really a powerhouse. So they haven't garnered a lot of attention over the years. There's also not been, until fairly recently, a lot of attention paid to the league ownership and league meeting. Duke Goldman did that great piece on all the league meetings. That was really the first that really looked at that. So recognizing how long Martin was an owner, the president of the league, I just don't think people realized that. And then I would argue, going back in time in terms of why they didn't get much attention, probably the political situation. And certainly being involved with Boss Crump prior to their split probably raised some that were not happy with the Martins, as well as those that were. So there's those. I think it's a combination of all of those things.
Okay. Dr. Kimbro Hamilton, are there any known photos of Tom Wilson Park?
Not to my knowledge, but I am still digging in newspapers and in our libraries here to see if we can find a picture. And it's a great question. There are not any pictures of Tom Wilson's park.
All right. Those are all the questions from the chat. I think I got them all. Does anyone else have any other questions for our illustrious panelists or presenters? Going once, going twice. Bueller. Another Chicago reference in there.
This is Larry. Leslie, can you talk more about Boss Crump and the political machine?
Just in terms of in general, or?
In general, it's a fascinating story about this character.
Sure. So Crump got his initial start in Memphis right around the time period you think about of Prohibition, and so that was part of the key in terms of how he manages to initially get his start as we move into that period of Prohibition. And so through the 1920s, that's where part of his involvement is going to come in terms of being able to work with and against those who wanted to bring in illegal alcohol to sell it, all of those kinds of things. That's also one of the things that turns some people against him, but it's that kind of an approach that gets Crump his start. And then what he is able to do through that time period is gain the connections that he needed with the police department, and ultimately in the 1930s with the mayor. And then with Robert Church, first senior and then junior in the Black community, in order to gain the votes that he needed to start to put people into various positions. And the real key, I think, to when you read about Crump to his sort of being able to control things was his involvement with the police chief and then subsequently the rest of the police force, because he really had the police chief in his pocket. And a lot of times, as often happened with political bosses, you got these people into your pockets because you had information about them, you had something to hold over them, and he certainly is able to gather all of those. And in fact, that's ultimately what happened with Martin, is things that Martin did that he let Martin get away with, he could then hold against him when Martin no longer, and tried to use that to pull Martin back in line. And when Martin refused, he said, all right, I'm going to call upon the police. So, and in that case, it was the bond sales. So he had given JB the ability to provide bond money without it. And you were supposed to have a license in order to be able to do that. And then part of those fees went, and he didn't require that of Martin. And then when Martin didn't fall in line, they charged Martin with doing this illegally for years and threatened to throw him in jail. They threatened to fine him for all of that money. And typically that kind of thing would work. And he had done that previously to numbers of others. And when that didn't work with Martin, he then resorted to, well, we'll get the police and we'll try to shut your business down. And Martin, so that was the kind of thing that Crump did over and over and over again through the 20s and 30s and into the 40s before he finally is going to get brought down by others standing up to him, essentially, and all of the attention that's brought because of Church and Martin and others literally taking this all the way to the Attorney General in DC.
Goodness, gotta love corruption. It makes life so much more interesting. Dr. Kimbro Hamilton, Daryl wants to know what ignited the initial interest in Negro League Baseball in Nashville and how did they go about finding supporters?
Well, I think it started when Negro League baseball players became popular again, when the country began to see that this history was really something very important and something very unique. Also, I have to say that when different baseball teams began to pay tribute to Negro League teams and their players, they became very, very popular. I know my dad got calls all the time from people that want to interview him, want to come by, sit down, talk with him. And Nashville is very unique in that we had close to 20 Negro Leaguers that lived here in Nashville. Jim Zapp, Bush McCord, and they were great storytellers. So that ignited their popularity. And then, of course, the local news picked up on it. And every time they wanted a story that was had an inclusion of the African-American community, they would also use the Negro Leagues and the players that were here. So there were tons of newspaper articles that were written here in Nashville on my dad, and all of them, pictures and things of that nature. And I think that started the talk about the Nashville Eli Giants and Tom Wilson. Before there was a Nashville Sounds baseball organization, there were the Negro League team here that was the Nashville Eli Giants. And a lot of people that live in Nashville, they did not know that. And so they are always in tune to finding out Nashville's history now.
All right. Dr. Heaphy, Daryl wants to know, do the minor league Memphis Redbirds ever do any tributes to the Red Sox?
I have only found evidence of that happening twice in the early 2000s, and that is it. And maybe to that earlier question, that might be another example of why we're not seeing much attention being paid, that the minor league team there has really done very little to, at least to date, to recognize the Memphis Red Sox.
That is unfortunate. It is. For anyone who is going to be in the Detroit area, the Tigers have Negro League weekend coming up this coming weekend. So get your tickets. They will not be wearing the Stars jerseys, I was told, due to COVID and financial issues. They were not able to procure jerseys to play this year, which made me a little sad. Do we have any other questions? If not, I want to thank all of our presenters here and virtually. I learned a lot, and I guess I will turn things over to Larry before we take our break.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa Doris. I hope your mom's doing well.
She is.
Wow. I hate to hear that about the Detroit Tigers. They can have my jersey. I got one. That's all I can give up.
Yeah, I have a cap, and I don't think that's gonna help anybody on the field whatsoever.
We'll figure it out. Our next presentation starts at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. And in the interim, I will show a movie entitled Life in the Negro Leagues, There Was Always Sun Shining Someplace. A famous saying by one of my favorite interviews, Jimmy Crutchfield out of Chicago. The movie, black and white movie, was put out in 1991 and is narrated by James Earl Jones. So as you get dinner or take a break or whatever you seem fit to do, I will cue this movie up and you can come back and have dinner or eat popcorn or whatever you want to do. Have a hot dog on me. So we'll see you back in about 1 hour.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.